evening and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. By the close of play tonight, we will have our completed lineup for finals night. We'll know the three players joining Johnny Haynes, Mark McGeaney and Mark Lawrence. We had quite a dramatic end to proceedings in Group C this afternoon. Here's Henry with some of the best highlights.
Tony O'Shea picked up 2 wins and 10 in Group C as he continued his preparation for the World Seniors Championship for the Circus Tavern next month. It was a Tipple turnaround on day 2 in this group. Vince Tipple, who lost all of his first 5 games on day 1, made it a 4 from 5 card in the winners' enclosure on Friday. Fitton managed to get himself to 10 points, but narrowly missed out on qualification for finals night tomorrow. He did have highlights just like this 1-2-6 he got against Mark Lawrence. Adam Lipscomb got the better of Fitton in the final game of the session, but it wasn't enough for him to progress. As for Mark Lawrence, he's got through to the finals on his debut. 12 points to his name. That darting dozen is enough to see him here tomorrow night. But the group spoils goes to Mark McGeaney. 7 wins, 3 defeats from his 10 matches, and he looked in imperious form at times. He is going to be some threat for the £5,000 prize tomorrow night.
Yeah, Mark McGeaney, the standout player in Group C, a completely different player to the dejected one we saw in Group A. How much of a threat do you think he will be tomorrow?
Oh, he'll come out fighting tomorrow, that's for sure. I think now it's a knockout. Like I said, that journey this week and everything that we talked about a little bit with Q School last week, he'll be really dangerous. It's a real class act.
And for Mark Lawrence, some of the 3-figure checkouts he took out over the course of Group C, really, really impressive. Yeah,
he was my bet of the week to win the group at 12-1 because he's better than that. Obviously, he's up from my neck of the woods, sort of Yorkshire way, and he's very, very dangerous, very tenacious. Every dart he threw, he sort of meant, and I was chuffed for him, but I honestly thought for Adam Lipscomb and Daryl Fitton, it's a missed opportunity. Anybody could have got through that group this week.
Yeah, indeed. The focus now on Group B. We'll have a little look at the updated bracket slide for tonight's play, and you can see the players in pole position, Paul Linwood and Neil Duff. Both showed real strength at times last night. Who do you think will be feeling the happiest ahead of tonight?
Oh, for sure, Paul Linwood. He was reminiscent of Richie Burnett at times. You know, that real Welsh accent. You could hear him sort of talking away to himself when he was playing. He was an absolute character, just what the dart. I mean, Nick Kenny I've spoke a lot to about, and he said, you know, Paul Linwood's a fabulous player. Obviously, when you look back on him, it goes back to the World Masters in 1988, etc. But what a character. And for him to be top of the league was a great, you know, a great session for him.
And talking of characters, Terry Jenkins, I think we were all pretty perplexed by the way he played last night. What are you expecting from him this evening?
That he qualifies. And I've got him as my tip at 15-2 to win the whole event come Saturday night. It's not over yet for the Bull.
It certainly isn't. Right, before we tuck into our first match of this evening's session, we've got a little feature for you. Take a look at this.
I would have to say my dad.
Phil Taylor. A couple of local Super League players in Reading. Ken Partington, Bill Foote.
Probably Colin Lloyd. He's world #1, two majors. What more can you do?
Eric Bristow and Kevin Kenny.
I'll wear the same socks all week.
No, not really, nothing.
And I'll always have £180 in my wallet.
No, none at all.
Superstitions? I don't think I do, to be honest, no.
I don't, as it happens.
If I ever can't find them.
No, absolutely not.
I used to be a good ball player.
Darts is a very hidden talent, apparently. But no, other than that, probably not.
I can juggle.
Tony O'Shea, always has been.
Got to be Phil Taylor, to be honest. John Lowe from the very beginning.
Always used to be John Lowe back in the game.
Got idolised Phil Taylor.
Complicated.
Slow.
Old.
Slow.
Shy.
Slow.
Chinese.
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 Chinese. Burger and chips.
I would have to say Charlie because he does the WDF stuff.
Charlie.
Obviously, Charlie.
Charlie, definitely.
It's got to be Owen.
Yeah, Terry Jenkins, the 4-2 winner when these two met last night, is a victory that's really kept him in with a chance coming into tonight's action. But can he recapture some of the form shown in Group A in order to get himself through to finals night? To get our first match underway then, let's hand over to our commentary team of Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Good evening, Abby. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the second part of Decision Day here at the MODUS Super Series. And it's going to be Group B that's going to be decided this evening, where the bookmakers still have Neil Duff as the favourite to get through this group. But it was a night where Terry Jenkins just struggled to get out of the traps up until the end yesterday. He got victory in this meeting with Richard Stride. Stride, the 52-year-old from Reading, Berkshire A player in the county championship system. And I don't know about you, Glenn, but we're expecting a big push from Terry Jenkins' team. Good evening.
Yes, I've probably just ruined everything for Terry Jenkins once again, but not only do I think he'll get through the group still, he mustn't panic. Luckily, he's in Group B where it's 3 from 5. He mustn't panic, and honestly, at 15-2, I still think he can win the whole event come Saturday night. So, and he doesn't mind, Henry, actually playing, slower players. I mean, that feature was fantastic there. And Richard's saying one word about him is slow. But, part of me quite enjoyed watching him play last night. It was a different challenge to some of the players. And I just think the years of playing Priestley and Taylor, Terry Jenkins could, handle that very well. And it was a must win very, very late last night. Comes out the traps and hits 26.
Well, in that feature, they said Owen or Charlie. Well, our referee this evening is an absolute legend of the game, Mr. Paul Hinks.
I thought it was Mark Lawrence, from this afternoon.
48.
Yes, it's time to shine, Terry Jenkins. On Monday, he looked really good, and he was perplexed. He absolutely said, "I've got nothing in me, Glenn." Last night, I've never heard Terry Jenkins ever speak like this. Freely admits he's not playing an awful lot of darts, practicing, but the tournaments he's going to, a couple of vaults in the ADC and some local tournaments from where he lives, he's been winning them. But it's Richard Stride.
180!
And there was a magnificent stat yesterday where his 180s outweighed his ton 40s and tons. I don't think I've ever seen that in the power pack before. And once again, a win for Stride here, and you'd have 55. To say that would be the end for Terry Jenkins. It would be very, very difficult to come back from that.
It'd be the end of the ball. Just a reminder of the table. Paul Linwood 6 points, Neil Duff 6 points, Kevin Edwards 4. They're the three currently in those positions. Stride and Jenkins both on 2. So one will move level on points with Edwards in third, who plays third on 70. Against Richard Stride.
We sort of stated yesterday that first dart, it takes an awful long time to sort of line up and then through some idiosyncrasies which are very, very unique that I've never seen 66. Before, which we'll try and explain when he gets down to a double. But yeah, he's can take up to close to 20 seconds to throw his 3 darts, which is extremely 28. Deliberate, and sometimes it's just a battle of wills as a dart player when you're stood behind it.
Now, Richard Stride was having a chat with our spotter, Owen Binks, this evening, and it's going to be a feature you're going to see a lot tonight is when Richard's looking for finishes down 28. On the 19s, he's going to look up at the 20s first, and he was speaking to our resident spotter, Owen, and basically he was saying it's just the way he's always calibrated. He likes to look up first to go down. It's just been the way that he goes about it.
121.
Yeah, it's very unique, but once again, I'm scratching my head over this start for Terry Jenkins. If this is another night, honestly, it would go against all my principles because, like I said, I even thought of 15-2. He was a fabulous bet. If he could get through this group, Terry Jenkins, there's no way he can play 3 nights on the spin badly.
The crowd would be an immeasurable help as well, I think. Can he just lodge one on top of them too? Yes, is the answer. So it puts some pressure on this 24 for Stride.
And if he had an area yesterday where he could improve on, it was this doubles on the outer segment. It takes so long there to... Just what the problem there is, you're thinking.
Game shot on the first leg.
It's a wonderful start. I say wonderful in a sense that it's a break, a throw. For Terry Jenkins, the concerns continue. A worrying start for the Bull.
Second leg, Richard to throw first. Game on.
He's still favourite for this game is Terry, but right now I wouldn't like to be in his shoes.
Shoes has been the theme of the week this week, hasn't it?
60.
You're not thinking of Owen still, are you?
No comment.
60.
Yes, you can't panic at this stage, Terry Jenkins, but you know, when you look up and you see Richard, that beautiful first start like that.
100.
And that was missing yesterday, them steady tons. It was real feast or famine with Richard Stride. We were all sort of getting to know him yesterday. And I thought the feature was hilarious as he highlighted
180.
his methodical play, as we hear Paul Hinks once again with another maxi. That's 2 in this match as we enter the second leg.
It was self-deprecation, but in a good way. It was good-natured.
Good bit away from the production team. And there's the legend that is Paul Hinks.
58.
Charlie, who was refereeing this week, is off to Romania for the WDF. Got Owen Binks spotting tonight.
97.
One big team here at the MODUS Super Series.
Happy team as well.
Happy. Teddy's taken the darts. There's 100 and a bit ahead here. This score will be music to Terry's ear because Terry doesn't
23.
watch.
Terry Car
While you're throwing your darts. So
164.
164. No panic on this one. Just a nice setup would be ideal.
60.
I was on the Greyhound show earlier. I'll talk you through some of my
Terry Car 104.
tips. And anyone who's been watching will know to avoid them. It's double 16 for Terry Jenkins.
72.
And with Richard Stride a long way back. Nothing to write home here. It's just simply about the 2 points because Terry Jenkins' next game is monstrous.
He plays the Duff man. Duff man, who is the bookmaker's favourite going into tonight to go on and win this group. Jenkins here, double 16 to level this game up at 1 apiece. 16 darts, break a throw for the Bull.
9-time major finalist.
Third leg, Terry to throw
there.
first. Game on.
Shoecam.
Jenkins, who entered the fray on Monday in Group A, has been with us throughout the course of the week. Richard joining us last night. Just have a look at his starts. We mentioned it yesterday. There we can see the foot there. It's actually raised on the oche and his foot slightly twisted.
30.
I'd like to think I'm the connoisseur of throws and my obsession of technical wizardry on the oche, and I don't think I've ever seen anyone's foot bend over like that. I mean, Gary Anderson sort of...
140.
Gary Anderson sort of bends his foot in, but look at that. He's so upright. And what's really interesting there is the toes from his forward foot. It's just so close to his back leg. Now, the back leg is your stability. Yet his body looks so solid which is, you know, a lot to do with his
43.
stance. There's no real elevation. He's very, very upright, but it's a unique stance, that's for sure. A unique style is Richard Stride.
60.
When Terry Jenkins started using the silky smooth barrels, that was a unique barrel at the time, but we've seen as time goes on, different players use it. We've seen Peter Wright use it for a time. Sure, once upon a time, Dieter Hedman used a similar type barrel.
96.
Such a fan's favourite, wasn't he, Terry?
Favoured within our team. We spent some time with him this week and just so
80.
down to earth, isn't he? We enjoyed his company at a local Thai restaurant this week. We think we had the best ever hot and sour soup we've ever had in our lives. We both absolutely devoured it.
60.
Interesting start here for Terry Jenkins. I mean, his average is nothing to write home about. But he'll be delighted he's got full control of this
100.
game now, especially with that treble 20 there, Henry.
Just wrestling it back into his favour. There's a chasm of 14 points in the averages between this pair. Jenkins averaging 78 at this particular moment in time. Both players 50% on their doubles, 1 from 2. But it's Jenkins here with the opportunity
81.
at 80
Terry Yuka, 80.
to open up a 2-1 lead. Tops,
60.
Jack's just beneath. So Jenkins returning for double 10 to find that lead, but Richard looking to take things in his stride.
137.
Moves his way
Terry
down
Yuka,
to the
20.
17th, leaving on 54 if this double 10 doesn't go.
Total
Game
control
shot
of
in the
this
third
leg.
Terry
And he
Jenkins.
executes that double 10 with a lot of relief. He's not really showing that right now. His focus is really good as Terry Jenkins. And for me, that's what you need to beat Richard
Ball by
Stride.
Richard to throw first. Game on.
I think he feels he's a better player, a bigger scorer, a better finisher, more experience. But mentally, he's very, very difficult to play because he's probably stood there for close to 25 to 30 seconds behind.
45.
And at that point, I've seen people sing a song to themselves, look at a carpet, look at Paul Hink's shoes, anything. Just get yourself in that reset position because when you're not at the board all the
63.
time, it can have its own difficulties.
What would you be singing, Glenn?
And man was, it didn't last long, but you remember Richie Parkin, who came here,
Yep.
who's had a wonderful time. That's his reset is to sing songs.
100.
That's something that he does, and he said he came here a few weeks ago and he was to help him when he was getting excited, when the adrenaline is rushing through your body, because it was just success after success for him. And just to sort of calm him down, his mechanism
123.
was to go back to singing songs, etc. But I've seen people look at, I used to count lights, I used to, there's anything that you can sort of do.
Play a long course format, you could probably sing Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah, when you play someone like Van Gerwen or Smith, you feel like you feel like you're practicing on your own, because by the time you walk round, they're already throwing the third dart.
You'd be singing Tequila because that's probably the only word you can get in.
81.
Struggles continue, Henry. This is not vintage Jenkins by any stretch, but just about the 2 points, because this would lift him to mid-table and take over Stride.
And I think both players know the significance of this match in terms of the context of their
100.
chances going forward to tomorrow night's final. And in particular, Jenkins.
I thought what was interesting is not a lot of people knew about Richard Stride, and I think overnight,
82. Richard
if they're
Yuka,
looking at
156.
they look at their strategy for the night. Let's look at someone like Paul Linwood, who's probably looking at 2 wins to qualify. He knows his main focus now is just not to panic. He knows he's not going to beat the hockey an awful lot. So people have worked him out a little bit, and that's why I thought it could be a difficult night for Richard Stride tonight.
43. Teddy Yukar 152.
Our commentary sometimes only as good as the interaction with you. Listeners, watching, social media. So please get in touch at MSS Darts. Give them a follow.
112. Richard Yukar 113.
Happy to talk anything Copenhagen, anything Challenge Tour. Anything MODUS Super Series. We're only a week or so away now from our Champions Week. Any thoughts? Get in touch.
Jenkins here is going to get the chance to open up a 3-1 lead.
24. Teddy Yukar 40.
And tops for the bull. The old 1-1, 19 combo. Okay.
2.
Maybe not this time.
Richard Yukar 89.
I think you could see his displeasure there, because what will really hurt here, you expect him to at least have a dart at the bull here. And there's that unique style of aiming a treble 20. It seems to work, because that's plumb. Sometimes when you get a slider like that,
64. Teddy
there were
Yukar
two
38.
very, very poorly thrown darts. Decision for Jenkins, straight for it, or 6. Straight for it, which is, for me, is not a great sign, because he does like that 6-16 combo.
19.
Worrying
Richard
sign for me,
Yukar
that Henry.
25.
Interesting. Just looks as if the way he's working out, there would have been room in that bottom left-hand corner. And so Stride back for 25, having hit the 7 with his final dart. 2 8s for 2-2.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Richard Stride.
And 2-2 it is in this opening game of the night.
And favourite backers will be getting concerned here, because Terry Jenkins was a big favourite for this match.
Looks like Teddy to throw first. Game
He
on.
really should be 3-1 up right now. On a 2-2, is panic going to set in? Because that would be my fear for Terry Jenkins
100.
right now. Albeit, he's one of the most experienced players in the world.
What we're also going to do this evening is something a little bit different with our social interaction. We're going to ask you about the unsung darting hero. Your unsung darting hero, your favourite one of them. Hopefully you'll give us a chance to go through some old stories, have a little bit of fun whilst we're here this evening. So we'll go through them as the night goes on. We've had 1 or 2 really interesting ones. So we'll go through them in the next couple of matches. At MSS Darts for your communications this evening. At H_Deacon Media and at Dozer180. Any unsung heroes?
59.
Oh, Dennis Coleman for me, my travelling partner. I think I was interviewed and I said if I could cut in half that Lakeside trophy, because just having him alongside me and, you know, just being the travelling partner he was a huge part of my success in the BDO. So for me, that would be Dennis Coleman.
It could be any player which just gave us any funny moment that we can talk about over the years. We'd like to hear from you at MSS
60.
Darts across our social media platforms. I've just had a text from our good friend and colleague, Daz Rollings. Great to hear from
84.
you, Daz. Says, Andy Pieman Smith. Now, that's a character from yesteryear. He used to throw the smooth barrel darts too. Of course, good friend of Terry Jenkins.
Yeah, we were talking about the Pieman to Terry.
58.
A 1-3-4 would be nice here. You might see the 19s coming if he hits the single 20, but once again, this is not pretty.
26.
And you'll see a few of these games go over the 20-minute mark. We're only halfway potentially through this game. And this is half the battle sometimes. I was never the quickest player in the world. I think people actually called me boring. Can you believe that?
59. Terry
There's a chance you had your meat and gravy tonight, didn't you?
The answer is yes.
Boing, boing, does her. Was that what they were singing at Ali Pally all Christmas? I thought it was tables.
60. Richard, your car 170.
What an incredible finish this would be. He hasn't really got going today, as Richard. We've talked about a catalyst and a spark an awful lot this week. That's a 20, Richard. Even I can see that. Fabulous start. It should be bull or treble 18.
134.
Wow.
Johnny, your car 88.
What a dart that is, Terry Jenkins. 2 dart, a double 14. And you feel he needs this double 7. Big dart.
74.
And in the context
Richard,
of this
your car
group,
36.
the week, that could be a pivotal moment. Because that beautiful setup from Richard. These 3 darts, a double 18. There's the aim. And how is the execution?
Game shot on the 5th leg. Richard
He meets the
Stride.
challenge. And the trouble and strife continues for Wooly Bully.
6th leg, Richard to throw first. Game on.
Jenkins cutting a full-on figure at the back of the stage. He knows that his group hopes basically, or effectively it feels, rest on
93.
this particular match. This dust-up, this battle, however you want to call it, and
11.
Jenkins just a frustratedly wry smile to himself as to wondering of what's going on. But has that score and perhaps that visit opened the door for Stride and just say that this game is his for the taking? Very much so now after that 140. Jenkins pretty much needs he needs 2 trebles now.
Glenn
100.
shakes his head. I'm as confused as anybody over the past couple of days for Terry Jenkins. If you were here early in the week, Group A, Terry Jenkins had it in the palm of his hands. He lost the game, his penultimate game, to Adam Lipscomb, when really that could have been the moment for him to qualify. And then he had one last opportunity against Johnny
81.
Haynes. And he was visually frustrated. But we just thought it was automatically with a 3 from 5 in
32.
this group. But right now, I think that's the end of the road for Terry Jenkins, because he barely threw that dart. Now he's looking at his arm and shoulder. Never even thought the fact that the 5 or 6 days, but when you're not practicing an awful lot, when you're out of the game now, and you're playing for 5-6 days consecutively, it can take its
100.
toll on his body, and we saw that with Tony O'Shea this week.
Silverback, who is a great addition to the Super Series this week.
82.
It's him of the World
Richard, your car
Seniors.
87.
It looks as if we're going to see Stride in the winners' enclosure. It feels as if he's got the luxury of time from this 87. Time is on his side as he aims at double 18 for the match. That's a nice marker. Can he plonk one next to it and into the bed? Wow,
55.
that's a flyer.
I guess he likes double 16.
41.
If you want to see
Richard,
a
your
dart
car
player with utter
32.
frustration and steam coming out your ears, that's what it's all about for Terry Jenkins now. For Stride, 3 dart to double 16. Good marker.
Game shot on the
It
match.
certainly wasn't
Richard
sexy
Stride.
darts. It's very difficult to watch at times. He's very, very tough opponent to beat. But the first rule in dart is make yourself difficult to beat. And for Richard Stride, that's exactly what he does. For Terry Jenkins, is there any coming back for this? It's going to be a tough, tough ride for the rest of the day. A very frustrated figure, but it's Richard Stride that surprisingly takes the spoils. The rest of the group won't be mattering too much. Big opportunities now for the top of the table clash of Paul Linwood versus Neil Duff. That's up next.
Next up then, a top-of-the-table clash as Paul Linwood takes on WDF World Champion Neil Duff, who secured a 4-2 win when the two met last night. He won 3 of his 4 games, but did have a little bit of trouble closing games out after coming storming out of the blocks, something he'll certainly look to rectify this evening. As for his opponent from Carsnewydd, Newport, he thoroughly enjoyed his debut day and settled incredibly well. Can he edge even closer to qualifying with a win here? Let's hand back to our favourite double D pairing to get this one underway.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, game 2 of our evening sees Neil Duff take on Paul Linwood. Duff, the reigning WDF World Champion, up against a man who made the final of the World Masters back in 1988. That year, Bob Anderson was the champion of the world. Longevity for Linwood, while to Duff, he's the reigning WDF World Champion. But incredibly, since Neil Duff has won that WDF World Championship, we've had 3 Prime Ministers, we've had a new monarch, and, well, all sorts of other things and shenanigans.
60.
And whilst we're here, Glenn, let's have a look at what happened in the year 1988
96.
when Paul Linwood got to the final of the Winmore World Masters. Wimbledon won the FA Cup. Do you remember the crazy gang beat the Culture Club? Margaret Thatcher became the longest-serving UK Prime Minister of the century, having been in power for over 8.5 years. You had BBC Red Nose Day beginning. We had plenty of
60.
things going on. Ronald Reagan visited the UK on a state visit.
Is this unbelievable knowledge? Are you on Wikipedia there? Laurie Sanchez.
100.
I was 18 in 1988.
Wow.
140.
Well, the 2 players in your picture, Paul Linwood, who was the star of the show yesterday, from Newport in Wales. Heard some good stuff about him, and
105.
he absolutely delivered. So he did yesterday. He must have been absolutely delighted and probably come today thinking, if I can just get 2 wins out of 4 minimum,
45.
leave him on 10 points, and that would be enough to get him to the final on Saturday night for Neil Duff. I think he'd be really happy to see Terry Jenkins lose that last game, because not only does it make it very difficult for Terry to qualify, I think it makes Neil
43.
a heavy favourite
Neil
for tomorrow night.
You sense when it gets to the big crowd and big occasion, that is when Neil Duff is at his best. And this is Neil Duff at his best.
Paul Lucar, 57.
Almost nailing the 160 in the opening leg. Linwood, 57.
Yeah, we've seen the 160 earlier on in the week. But Paul Linwood, he does like to chatter when he's on the a real character, reminiscent for me of Richie Burnett. But for double 10,
37. Neil Lucar, 20.
he won't like them darts at a double. But for Neil Duff,
Game shot on the first leg. Neil Duff.
he's a bit like an athlete this week. He's just sort of sat in the pack, and he's just beginning to open the stride of that leg with 400 metres to go, and he could just be peaking.
Second leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Ready for tomorrow night's final. And it'll be no surprise to me, the guy who lost in the final early on in the MODUS Super Series and was straight on the phone to
45.
MODUS and said, get me back, because I want another opportunity.
And Neil Duff is an experienced player in this format. He knows how the 5 days work here.
60.
And it's no surprise that towards the tail end of the week, we are seeing him play some of his best darts.
Let's just keep it nice and simple. He's our Lakeside champion.
80.
I had a chat with him after last night. I'm not sure that he appreciated my thoughts on
100.
his defeat to Richard Stride, but one thing I will guarantee, it won't happen again tonight, because just look at his demeanour, look at his confidence right
60.
now. He's feeling good about himself. I'm sure the likes of Johnny Haynes, Mark McGeaney, Mark Lawrence will probably enjoy the fact that
60.
Terry Jenkins potentially won't be there tomorrow night. I don't want to write him off too early, but he's got it all to do right now, and I haven't seen anything to sort of have any
100.
confidence that Terry will bounce back from here. And what that does then, it gives opportunities to people like Paul Linwood and people like Neil Duff because I feel like the winner of this game pretty much have 1 foot in tomorrow night's final.
60. Neil Lucar, 116.
Well, this one's 16 for a 2-0 lead in next to no time at all. Well, it is still on, but he has to move just a shade the other side. That's exactly what he's done. But didn't have to
96.
go for the ball. Didn't go for the ball. Leaves himself double 10. Board management.
Yes, he had Paul Hinks scrambling across
20.
there, but it's double 10 once again for Duff.
Game shot on the second leg. Neil Duff.
And for Linwood, he just needs to be careful when he's walking past that he doesn't encroach in that yellow part of the carpet there. I think he's just checking with that it's his darts.
Third leg, Paul to throw first. Game on.
Like I said, he's like a bouncy character that just wants to get up there. I really enjoyed seeing Paul, and that's what the MODUS Super Series is all about, giving people like Richard Stride an opportunity.
80.
This week was about players in preparation for the World Seniors. If you take out Adam Lipscomb, and a lot of them can begin to conclude.
40.
But what I would say to every single one of them, Henry, is that they've got legs in the bank, and that's really important. You can't beat match practice.
Absolutely not.
60.
But of course, they're here for the big prize. Players like Terry Jenkins won't turn up. And I said to him, didn't I, at the start of the week, if you're tuning in on the first thing on Monday morning,
100.
say, what's your thoughts and expectations? And for him, he has this unquestionable desire still to win. He still wants to compete as high a level as he wants to compete at.
Let's have a look at this side. That camera. Hopefully the camera can go back on Neil this time. As you can see, it moves to the left, but it's very beautiful. A lovely pull back there. And for him, it's all about the sweetness of that release. There's no power.
135.
It's just finesse. It's just feel. And when he's playing well, but this throw is unique. Look at the elbow rise, and it's like Superman finish at the end. You keep expecting him to fly in the air at the end of the throw there. It's very different, but it works for him. Like I say, both players are now in the 50s, but this one, just look at that point of release. It's what it's all about. The way he brings that dart, you know, and then the key then is just replication, doing the same thing each time. No power. He's not putting a hole in the dartboard. He's just feeling that dart going in. That's one of the reasons why he's been so successful as Neil Duff the past couple of years.
Double 16 for a 3-0 lead in next to no time at all.
Game shot on the third leg. Neil
This is a clinical performance by Neil Duff. That's a 15 dart leg this time round. The average is just a smidgen under 94, and he has the throw, having obtained the double break.
Fourth leg, Neil to throw first.
To go on and win this game 2-0 and pile the pressure on Paul Linwood. It would set Duff away from the chasing pack that come gnawing at his heels.
It will be interesting because Paul Linwood was just on a high all last night. It was just everything sort of went his way. Let's see what he's made of. If he comes on the back of a 4-0, 4-1 defeat here. I still think he's done enough to qualify for Saturday night. I still think he's got a couple of wins in him. So I certainly wouldn't be panicking, but let's see what he's made of right now. Very, very low elbow 60. At the beginning of the process of the dart, whereas you'll see the height of the elbow there for Neil just so much higher. Beautiful pullback.
134.
Excellent rhythm. How low that is.
$174. Neil Carl, 135.
Quality. You'll see him start with a bull for treble 15 or treble 19. That leaves 70. So treble 10, but that's not the end of the world. That'll leave 25.
Paul Lucar, 127.
Already, if you think he needs this 127, Henry.
It's 127 to save the game. To save the game.
Come on, Paul Hinks, 127 in game.
Oh. 102.
For a 4-0 success, the average just under 99. Duff is setting the standard for the rest to follow.
13.
But he hasn't crossed the finishing line yet. And so Linwood returns for 25. The combination Duff has just missed to pull a leg back, to pull a break back. But that's a slip into the 14. And so 11 remains. And so 3 for double 4.
No score.
And that just lacked
Neil
a bit of
Duff,
composure
24.
there. First time we've kind of questioned Linwood in a big moment. But that's a big result for Neil Duff, who comes out the traps flying and firing on all cylinders. A 4-0 success with a 93.94 average, getting the better of Linwood to 0. He is now the table topper. He finds himself on 8 points. And so Neil Duff finds himself one step closer towards qualification. Coming up after the break, a crucial battle in the race for 3rd place as Kevin Edwards takes on Richard Stride.
So then our next game is a huge one in the context of the league stand-ins. 2 players still very much in contention for finals night. A win here would certainly give them the upper hand. One of Kevin Edwards' 2 wins last night came against Richard Stride, thanks largely to his superior scoring. A steady display with 317 dart legs. He'll be looking to perhaps be a little more consistent in the scoring phase this evening against Stride, who has already added 2 points to his tally this evening from 2-1 down, getting the better of 10. Terry Jenkins. Let's get into this one then and hand back to our commentary team.
Thank you so much, Abby. A very interesting game off there. Me and Henry just chatting. And we could know an awful lot about the 3 qualifiers after this game. Richard Stride is just beginning to make his move for Saturday night. And we're going to be seeing the silky smooth throw of Kevin Edwards. I was really impressed with what I saw from him yesterday. The first guy ever to hit a 9-darter in the... Oh, sorry, hit the first 9-darter in the Essex Super League. Played in the same team as Kevin Painter, Colin Lloyd, Wayne Mardle. And just that incredible story of, in preparation of going to Q School in 2019, he had 6 cardiac arrests, and it's his wife who had to perform CPR on him. And you just think that darts becomes totally irrelevant. And I think more than anyone, totally appreciate the opportunity from MODUS Super Series this week. But every time we've doubted Richard Stride, he just begins to let us know that he's here. Could he be the guy from absolutely nowhere who's going to be here Saturday night?
55.
Big thanks to everybody who's been in touch on social media. I think Henry's going to read out a couple and maybe we can answer some questions between us.
Well, we said we want you to get in touch with your unsung darting heroes. As we look at Stride potentially hitting the first max of the match. Well, his first 2 visits are 140 backed up by 121. Now, the first one I want to read out here. Morihiro Hashimoto as Edwards goes for the first maximum of the match. For Morihiro Hashimoto, that night at Ali Pali.
And that song you've just been singing for 10 minutes. No.
Was it
no.
Once Upon a Time your walk-on tune, Glenn?
Roller coaster.
60.
Helter Skelter.
I'm just going to take Henry's mind away from it and just change the subject and just say what a lovely throw that is from
125.
Kevin Edwards. But Henry was absolutely right off there. This game didn't stand out for me when I was looking at the order of play tonight. As Henry just alluded to, this could have all the connotations and which 3 is going to qualify. Did I think Richard Stride would? Absolutely not. Did I think after the first game
60.
against Teddy Jenkins, a real possibility? And the way he started here, Richard Stride is on the march.
This isn't a shootout proposition, but it's
60.
not too far off it because it sets one in a really good place to go through. And so Stride here, 120 to get it done within what we call the regulation par for the course 15. Shanghai needs to move along and find a treble on the right-hand side of that bed. Something that he couldn't do on this occasion. And so
60.
Edwards returns for 81 here for a breaker throw in the opener. Down he goes. Treble 19, the target for double 12. 12 would have left the ball. Treble 12 would have left double 13. But Stride returns to 60 here to take this opening leg.
Yeah, he's really laying his marker here as Richard.
No score. Kevin O'Connor, 47.
And the only advice I would say to him that once again, it just took him such an age. And he's probably thinking to himself, don't hit the treble, don't hit the treble. And it's double 16 for Kevin Edwards, big moment.
15. Richard
Just
O'Connor,
not up
60.
for the task. And people keep giving Richard Stride these chances. He's not blown anywhere away with massive averages. I think we've talked an awful lot how difficult it's going to be, but I would tell him to speed up with that first start because he's wired that again, because he's overthinking.
Getting shot on the first flag. Richard
absolutely
Stride.
nails the tops. This is just quite a bizarre performance for people who plays against Richard Stride. But he's just quietly but effectively just doing what he does.
Something like Kevin, you throw first. Game on.
Of course, no one's going to enjoy playing against him. But darts is about dealing with challenges. It's about playing the Michael Smiths, the Michael Van Gerwens of this world. There's your challenge. It's about qualifying for Pro Tours of this world. Then you're going to come up against really slow, difficult match player opponents. People who have been trained themselves to make themselves difficult to beat. And that is your task when you play someone like Richard Stride.
60. 81.
Any other questions there, Henry Boy?
Well, we've got one from Lee Seymour. He says, lads, the guy I always remember was Robert Wagner doing handstands and cartwheels on stage.
Do you remember him?
Yes, yes. Great player.
Wasn't he, wasn't
58.
he a magician, or wasn't he... Wasn't there some sort of...
It was an interesting profession, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
And then he follows up by saying,
95.
a tungsten teaser. Which player did Scott Waits beat in the last 16 both times he won the BDO World Championships?
Great question.
What a tungsten teaser that is.
And who's that one from?
That is from Lee
Oh,
Seymour.
was it the same question? Oh, I think I seen the name Les Harrison
29.
there, did I?
Indeed.
He used to be my stalker. But I got him arrested.
60.
Only joking, Les. Thanks for tuning in, my friend. One of my best ever supporters. Nice surround that you've got there, mate. Hope you're enjoying the practice. I've been watching the Crown Green Bowls, if that's the right word, or indoor bowls. I've been watching that on BBC.
140.
That's how bored I've got. Well, you've only got BBC One in my hotel room.
$125.
So no bargain hunt on today.
I think it was such a late finish today, wasn't it? That we've gone past that. It was a war of attrition. Was Group C today, and it very, very nearly went to the final match, but out of nowhere, Mark Lawrence.
100. Kevin your car,
What a
114.
performance on against Tony O'Shea, and a 2-0 up. Tony O'Shea missed 9 darts for 3-0, and that just changed everything. You'll enjoy watching Mark Lawrence tomorrow
58.
night.
Richard your car,
And
114.
you can actually see them all in person, right behind where they're playing there. And tickets are absolutely free at dartshop.tv. And the Anton Deck of the commentary box might even come out and say hello. What do you think, Henry?
Why, aye.
I am not a Geordie.
78. Kevin your car, 56.
2 options, 16 or 20. That'll leave double 4. Double 4, if you've been watching, it's double 2. Big moment.
Game shot on
And
the
I was
second
just
leg.
about to
Kevin
say,
Edwards.
people are not taking out the doubles against Richard Stride. That's a big opportunity there for Kevin Edwards, and he takes it. But right now it's on throw.
Third leg, Richard to throw first. Game on.
And it feels as if both players know the significance of this game.
Great camera angle again. Look at the eyes, focus. Some people are all about rhythm. They can just throw with their eyes closed. And some people are real
30.
real aimers. That's exactly what the guy who represents Debbie's Boys Super League team in Reading.
$45.
I've got a private message here. I won't call his name, but Richard Stride for the Premier League. From Owen Binks.
140.
Sorry, Owen Smith. Sorry. From Middlesbrough. As I hear Owen Binks, am I
100.
aghast?
Was that the guy from Ipswich?
I love this guy. He's my new hero.
I have to confirm at this point. I'm lost in the conversation. Who's the unsung hero?
100.
My unsung hero is Richard Stride. He's making this game, he's making this competition just a little bit different. Not aesthetically pleasing on the eye. No one's going to enjoy someone who takes 20, 30 darts, but he's a different challenge.
140.
Look at them feet. Everything is unconventional about this guy. And he is right in the mix right now. Call it however you want. I'm enjoying watching him.
59.
140 would be nice here, Henry.
Indeed it would. And he's got room there to try and plonk
85.
another one in, but not to be this time. And so Stride here looking to set up from 172 and then hope that Edwards won't take out the 131. We've actually seen this finish taken out a couple of times this week. So Adam Litzkin do it via tops earlier on today.
140. Kevin Ricard, 131.
Just when you think that Richard Stride was out with the leg, he now becomes a heavy favourite.
99. Richard Ricard, 32.
With a 16 dart leg. On the wire, can he kiss that off the barrel?
No score.
No is the
Kevin
answer.
Ricard, 32.
And he kissed it off the battle. Christian Kist, who won the challenge tour today. The former Lakeside champion, beating our co-commentator Scott Mitchell in the final. 888.
Game shot on the third leg. Kevin Edwards.
What a dart that is. It might not get all the headlines, but just when you're against the darts there, looking for a breaker throw with one dart. Kevin
Fourth leg,
Edwards is
Kevin
up
to
for
throw
the challenge.
first. Game on.
Kevin Edwards can get right in the mix with a win here. He's probably the one guy we spoke least about. And he won't care if he can get to Saturday night's final.
59.
Let's go back to the unsung hero shout. Because I like this one. The unsung missed player. This one's Simon Remington. Eric Claris, who loved his
100.
crazy finishes. Put it this way, it'd be a perpetual nightmare for our spotter.
Yes, I enjoyed watching him. That reminds me of the old Tony Gubber Lakeside days. There's a name for you, then. That
60.
Unbelievable. I think the World Seniors are using that music, aren't they? It's that iconic.
Was it Steve Beaton's hand?
Is it? Yeah, I think it was actually. No, and Steve, you want the royalties.
The second most famous hand in world darts behind yours on the link yesterday.
/ Owen Binks.
100.
Any other unsung heroes? We're getting plenty of messages in, I can see.
We had a tweet by Robbie Green. Not that Robbie Green, but he's the
100.
one we can talk about at some point. Unsung heroes, Alex Roy, Randy Orton lookalike, had the entrance music the lot.
Yeah, last saw him at the Champion of Champions Super League, Ali. Didn't he sort of get an invite? But that wasn't his very
60.
first opportunity on TV. He got an invite very last minute and absolutely smoked it, really, for a couple of years, didn't he?
92.
Damon Hetta, the Heat getting involved in the coverage this evening as well, like in a few of our tweets. Evening, Damon.
We've talked an awful lot about Damon being the best floor player in that transition to the stage and how much his wonderful wife is such a big element
140.
to why Damon is playing so well. Arguably the best player in the world at the Pro Tours, #1 seed going into the Players' Championships last year. And we talked an awful lot this week about the kind of role that having
60.
good people
Richard
around
Ricard,
you,
101.
good management, but in the respect for Damon, the fact that his wonderful wife just does so much for him. And, just to sit on the table with him the past couple of years and see how they work and how they interact, he's going to be super, super dangerous. And I'm super stoked that he's doing so well.
You're going to be having some Aussie representation tomorrow
27.
night in the
Kevin
commentary
Ricard,
box.
130.
Yes, Simon Whitlock will be joining me.
Bullseye for Edwards for 130.
105. Richard Ricard,
Chase it to the
74.
25. So Stride, 74 for 2 apiece.
This match is a real slow burner, but the outcome is 2 points. And that is all that matters. Big thing about the 74 is not to miss the 14. Just give yourself a dart at tops. He's been too close to treble 20, so he's gone really big. Double 10, big moment.
Game shot on the 4 flag, Richard Stride.
And he continues to impress. Once again, this a long game. It's a tough game. Mentally for Kevin Edwards, he doesn't look like he's getting too distressed about the situation.
First. Game on.
And this element of Richard Stride in this competition. Plenty of talking points, that's for sure.
Now, we spoke about Damon Hector and that conversion of events on the floor to events on TV. And you went for a stage early on in your career where you won a lot of tournaments in open events on the floor. And then there was that period where he's a great floor player. Can he convert it to TV? What is that process like for you? And how did you find that adaptability to that scenario?
How to prepare. And honestly, I mean, if we're going to be serious for a little minute, but it starts at breakfast. It starts drinking, you know, depending on what time you're playing that day, it can start hours and hours before you reach the stage. It's not that transition from the practice board necessarily to the stage. And for years, I watched people like Merv King, Martin Adams, Barney, you know, in the old BDO days, you know, just making sure you're getting to venues on time that suit you.
100
and then you get people who supernatural, like the Callan Ridds of this world, who will just walk in. I mean, Christoph Ratajski used to walk in 40 minutes before he played. So there's no one size fits all. But for me, once I was able to prepare, and the big thing for me, Henry, was county darts. You know, just playing on that stage, albeit the best of 5, best of 7. But it's just how long do you want to be in the venue? What do you need to do, to eat, and keep yourself hydrated in preparation to throw your best darts. And
100.
And I think the best players in the world, once they nail that transition from the floor to stage. And then there's the opposite, like a Dimitri van den Berg, who's better on the stage than he is on the floor. So it's all part of the characteristics, skills and attributes of being a dart player.
97.
Edwards leaving himself a finish after 9.
And in all money there, it's a 27 average against a 26 average.
55.
That was a big chance there. I think you'd be disappointed he didn't get at least one major treble. Did I hear the word Simon Craven there?
You may have. Care to explain more, Glenn?
28.
Unsung hero.
Martin
Turner. Martin Turner, best friends of Mark Lawrence, who qualified today. The double 16 for Edwards.
74.
And even Richard Stride can't finish on 194. But he can put a dent in it, and he can make Kevin Edwards think. Been on the balcony a few times this week. The one thing about tomorrow night,
Kevin Carr 32.
Added influence of having a crowd in the venue.
Game shot on the 5th flag,
Kevin Edwards. He's making a statement that he wants to be there. It just feels a bit, and for an anticlimax, the likes of O'Shea, Fitton, potentially Terry Jenkins, you know, won't be there tomorrow night because they're absolute crowd favourites. But what the MODUS Super Series does is give people like the Graham Ushers, the Jim McEwens, the Colin Osbornes, the Robert Owens, the opportunities, that pathway from amateur darts to their dreams of being professional dart players.
Wayne Mardle put it so eloquently, didn't he, the other night? Opportunities. It wasn't here before 2020. It's given players in the amateur game the opportunity to make a bit more of a full-time living through darts, the opportunity to play for big prize funds, the opportunity to play on the TV cameras, which in the past
41
sometimes just boiled down to just 9 days in a calendar year.
And that stage is one of the best. Get yourself down to your local ADC comp. Come and join us here in Portsmouth.
83.
I know how it meant to someone like a Richie Parkin, what it meant to a Graham Usher. The players up north are getting the opportunities, and it's big, big news at home. They all want to be here.
140.
See more players from regions like Oceania here in 2023. A good link up between ADC Oceania and the MODUS Super Series. So we're going to be seeing more Raymond Smiths, Ben Robbs, players of that calibre.
I thought that was an interesting
81.
conversation Chris Mason had. Players 96 and above in the PDC rankings, being able to play in events like this. Any thoughts on that?
Shouldn't be first year tour card holders,
85.
but those may be year 2 and beyond who are just struggling a little bit for form. But if it was to happen, they should play against each other, is what I would say if it was to happen. I mean, it's nothing that helps players develop.
180.
Nothing develops more than a max. It could develop us into a last leg shootout.
$86. Richard O'Connor, 57.
To be fair, you called it off air. You said this one has 4-3 written all over it.
Tops a stride for 3 apiece. A 14 dart leg. 15 will do.
17. Kevin O'Connor,
Grazes the wire, and so
135.
Edwards for the match.
He's going to get a dart or a double for the match. Only just, but it's tops.
85. Richard O'Connor, 40.
The right smile tells you that he's just dropped a little short. I don't expect Richard Stride. He's been pretty proficient on these doubles. One thing he doesn't suffer with is nerves. When it comes down to these deadly doubles, he's normally been up to the task.
30.
Not
Kevin O'Connor,
this
20.
time.
And so Edwards to seal a 4-2 success on double 10.
Game shot on the match.
Double 10
Kevin
is
Edwards.
there. Kevin Edwards gets the better of Richard Stride by 4 legs to 2. And so what it does in the context of the group, it puts him onto 6 points. It means Stride stays on 4 after their 5th game for Edwards, 6th game for Stride. A 4-2 win for Edwards. 2 maximums in the match, 4 out of 12 on the doubles, 56 high out. And so we're going to take a short break. When we return, it's a heavyweight clash, but a book-ending battle as Duff takes on Jenkins.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Tomorrow night, why not visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets to be right here at the Super Series for finals night. Still 3 places up for grabs for the players, of course. Neil Duff up next is in pole position to take one of them and is looking fully focused this evening. A fantastic display in his opener, a 94 average, and looked strong in all departments. Not too dissimilar to the numbers he posted against Terry Jenkins last night in a 4-2 win. Can he get the job done with another win here that'll take him up onto 10 points? Glenry, over to you to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. And yes, why don't you spend your Saturday nights with us here at the Super Series? Dartshop.tv, as Abby says, the right place to go to come and join us. And we may well be seeing the Duff man there, Neil Duff. He's in pole position to do exactly that. He takes on Terry Jenkins, who, well, it looks as if his week may be ending at this particular juncture, although if he can win his remaining 3 games, he can at least try and see what he can do. But Neil Duff with the darts here against the Raging Bull. What is probably, and this is without disrespect to the other players in the field, the heavyweight clash of the evening in terms of the names and the stature of the players on the show.
Yeah, it's been a really bizarre
81.
Group B for Terry Jenkins. Like I said, we've been scratching our head from the first moment he threw a dart. Very acceptable Group A. It's just never, ever been in the running, and it's been so strange. And I guess the last person you want to see is the Lakeside champion in front of you, but I think, without giving away too much, he's been holding his arm an awful lot. And
36.
And maybe there has to be a reason why he's been so poor the past sort of 20, 24 hours, because it's just unlike him. I saw him just before he go on. He said, I wish I was playing Jim Williams next, because I've never, ever lost to him. He told me that about 5 times on Tuesday night, didn't he?
24.
Terry Jenkins, who played a winner-takes-all game against Johnny Haynes on Wednesday afternoon, the victor of it would have progressed their way through to Saturday night's final. That was how close Terry was to 85. Qualification in Group A. But as you rightly say, Glenn, it's just not quite happened for him over the last couple of nights. As for Neil Duff, there's a real vigour, a real swagger and a real 60. Energy about his play here this evening as he leads 146 after 12 here.
Yeah, we've used the analogy, haven't we, about like a running race, and right 46. Now Neil Duff has just been sat at the back of the field early doors just assessing the people around him, and he's certainly put the afterburners on, whereas Terry Jenkins has been right in the front all week.
Neil Car 100.
Right now he's running backwards.
$25.
Not the ideal visit, but at least Jenkins wasn't on a finish, but he's going to be on one now.
105. Neil Car 75.
Sensibly goes for the bull to leave a 2-dart combination. He's going to look like he's going to have a dart at tops.
55. Teddy Uricar 100.
And after 18 darts, Teddy Jenkins is going to get 2 darts at tops. A flyer with the first one.
70.
And I just think
Neil
that one dart
20.
alone just sums up the Group B return for Terry Jenkins.
Game shot on the first leg. Neil
Duff is so prolific on that double 10. Takes the lead. This is the 5th time they've played each other this week. On day 1, Neil Duff won 4-1. Couple of maximums.
Second leg Teddy to throw first. Game
1 from 11 was the stat there for Jenkins. Day 2, Duffer won again, 4-1. It was only on day 3 that Teddy Jenkins had the 1 win against Neil Duff this week, with a very tight 4-3 victory.
45.
So it's been advantage Duff most of the week. And in this match, that trend continues.
60.
And for Jenkins, from this point onwards, it'll be about getting the game ready for the World Seniors Darts Championship, which takes place at the iconic Circus Tavern. That is between the 9th and the 12th of February. Tickets available via dartshop.tv.
22.
See legends like Glenn Durrant in action.
Not for long. But Conan Whitehead's partner on.
45.
My unsung hero, Glenn, is you, but don't tell Conan. Oh, sorry, I won't mention it on telly. Don't worry about that, Shirley. But Jimi Hendrix's dad is our unsung hero, cheering everyone on at the Finders
60.
Masters, the life of the party. And she's nearly as tall as him. I thought he was about 6'8", Shirley. Great, absolutely wonderful to hear from you. So proud about Conan's playing right now. Please give him my best. Stevie Shadwell. That's a classy shirt that Stridey is wearing tonight.
28.
Free advertising for yours truly.
142.
Thanks for supporting him, Steve. And Luke Humphreys was also a proud wearer of the Berkshire shirt.
60.
As well as the great Paul Hogan. Well, I did write to Angela Hogan, Paul's wife, asking me for information on Richard, but she didn't reply.
85. Neil Lucar, 82.
Maybe she never got over the fact of that 88. Neither did I, Angela.
I was waiting until we got there.
That
42.
match changed my life.
Neil Lucar, 106.
That 106, this 106 isn't exactly life-changing, but it could have been game-changing for Jenkins. We're just maybe giving him a little bit of a spark.
98.
A little bit of a rhythm, but Duff
40.
here, who is yet to drop a leg tonight.
That's
now 6-0 for the Duff man. He beat Linwood 4-0 in his opening salvo of the evening. He's now 2 to the good against Jenkins. He has the throw in the third. And the Duff man is the player making the charge on Friday night.
Also a lovely message from one of my unsung heroes, Nick Rolls. Hey Glenn,
100.
hope you're well. I've known Richard Stride for many years. Always found it amazing that he puts his right foot forward. And he's put, ha ha, you guys, I've already spoke about it. Yeah, one of my
13.
unsung heroes. Every single referee on that BDO circuit. What? The A-team, I used to call them.
30.
Why is Terry playing like this? Do you think it's an injury? Do you think he's just lost momentum, lost motivation, frustration?
I think sometimes the week can catch up. I think maybe to a certain extent that could be the case. You remember, these players are over the age of 50. They're also, in the circumstances like Terry, they're playing bits and bobs competitively,
25.
but they've come here to get more match sharp, to get themselves ready for the seniors. And it's a bit like going through an arduous training camp here, where you're going to have to, at points, go through some considerable pain to make the gains. And this is what players like Jenkins and O'Shea and Fitton, they're trying to do. They're putting their bodies through the mill to make sure that they're in the best possible shape ahead of the seniors. Talk about players who are going to be in a very good shape for the seniors. Neil Duff 94. Is not doing his chances any harm this week.
Yes, I've heard from Terry Jenkins' son Graham this week. I'd love a message from him to say,
100.
Is there something that he knows?
36.
As his dad rang him and said, why it's not happening? Neil Duff would be disappointed with that. Why did he shake his head? Because 99 just brings in the issue of
32.
Of exactly that. Not really sure what happened there. I thought he was going to split it or bust it.
82. Neil Lucar, 4.
But leaving double 2 then brings the realms of introducing double 1, but that's not required.
Neil Duff.
It would have been interesting because he would have had 6 because Jenkins is on 159, but however, nonetheless, 3-0 Duff leads. That's 7 in a row for the Duff man.
4 fake Teddy to throw first. Game on. 82.
Just had a tweet from James Phillips. Only just getting home, watching some Friday League darts. All the best tonight to the pair of us. I'll be enjoying this. Well, it's a succulent Chinese meal.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my.
60.
That does look nice.
Kebab, isn't it, after this?
No, I'm on a diet.
96.
I set myself a target of losing 4 stone by Monday.
That tie didn't help, did it?
With 2 days to go, I've only got 4 stone 2 to go.
21.
And of course, Duff with victory here. Although it looks like no matter what would have happened, he would have been in Saturday night's final. He will rubber stamp it. He will dot the I's. He'll cross the T's. He can have his name lit up in gold.
100.
The thing is, you probably won't know. I mean, he is fairly experienced. He'll probably be able to work the calculations out. So he'll still come out in his next games firing.
140.
And what he will want to do is play 4-1-4 today. And I definitely think he'll want to correct the wrongs with his game yesterday with Richard Stride. I think he might have been slightly aggrieved at some of the things I said during the game, but I know he'll correct that today.
Game shot on the match.
And a quick fire victory against a below par Terry Jenkins. But it's Neil Duff we'll see on Saturday night, and that just makes the Saturday night just so much more interesting. He's a big player, he's a big hitter, and it's Neil Duff who's come out the traps tonight with a massive 4-0 victory to cement his 4-0 victory in his opening game. We'll see you on Saturday night, Neil. We're back after the break with Kevin Edwards, Paul Linwood. Big game.
So Neil Duff has become the 4th player through 2 finals night back-to-back. Whitewash victories this evening have helped him on his way. Next up, 2 players in pole position to join him as Kevin Edwards takes on Paul Linwood. It was the Welshman who came out on top when the two met yesterday, despite missing 16 at the outer ring. He'll certainly need to play better than he did in his opener this evening, though. He only had 3 attempts at a double against Neil Duff, missing all 3. As for Edwards, he was embroiled in a bit of a battle with Stride last time out, but has come through 4-2, so he's also wonderfully placed to secure a spot at finals night on debut. Let's get into this one then with Glenn and Henry.
Thank you so much, Abby. Yes, whoever wins this game puts a giant stride into the mix for Saturday night, that's for sure. This is one of the games I was really, really looking forward to. Paul Linwood yesterday was absolutely sensational. What a character.
First
he
leg is
chats
Kevin
away.
through first.
You'll see all his personality as he's throwing darts and while he's stood behind, whereas Kevin's a really steady Eddie. He's been round the block as Kev. I've enjoyed watching him this week. He'll never get the headlines. And sometimes you get these
45.
players who you just go under the radar. Whereas someone like Linwood, that wonderful, wonderful shirt of his. Interesting game, this one.
100.
Try and pick a winner there for me, Henry.
I'd say on the basis of what we've seen tonight, I'm going to edge Kevin Edwards here. I'm going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons.
100.
And the bookies can't split these two. 5-6 the pair.
And they couldn't separate themselves yesterday. It was a 4-3 win, obviously, for Linwood, but nothing in the averages. It was super, super close. They really cancelled each other out at times.
This is our halfway match this evening at the Super Series. A reminder of the 3 players who already are through.
81.
Johnny Haynes, he won through Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then earlier on today, we saw the thrilling conclusion to Group C. Mark McGeaney topped the group quite convincingly in the end. But then Mark Lawrence had to wait up until the dying embers of the group to seal his progression through to tomorrow night's, well, let's call it the yellow carpet occasion on the yellow hockey.
60.
And let's add the Lakeside champion to that list now, because Neil Duff, after that 4-0 victory, has guaranteed a spot on Saturday night. And if you're just looking to add some
100.
quality to it, he's a real class act. A very proud WF Lakeside champion. And with McGeaney, Haynes is just beginning to really warm up now, but it's there to be won. There's not that real standout performer there. And maybe Duff is the guy to go on and win. Double 16 for Linwood, and what a finish that is.
Linwood.
Kevin Edwards a lot of control of that match. And it could sometimes just come down to these big finishes.
Second leg,
Expecting
Paul,
a bit more emotion from Linwood there. A lovely break of throw with 15 darter, Henry.
Indeed, solid start from Linwood to make the World Masters final in 1988. And it's going to be our little theme of the evening because, why not? We'll have a look at some of the famous things that happened that year. Let's have a look at the year in music where top of the charts was the Pet Shop
59.
Boys, of always on my mind. Belinda Carlisle, Heaven is a Place on Earth. Kylie Minogue, I Should Be So Lucky, was top of the chart for 5 weeks in the UK. Yaz, with The Only Way Is Up.
82.
That was top of the charts for 5 weeks. One Moment in Time by Whitney Houston. And I suppose a bit like me and you right now in the commentary box,
100.
Glenn. Tiffany, I think we're alone now.
Do you know, it's my ear as well, every song there. I was just thinking I'm waiting for Corin Hammond tomorrow. So The Only Way Is Up.
99.
I Should Be So Lucky.
Get a little bit of a break from me, Glenn.
Is Hallelujah 1988 as well?
140.
Was that Leona Lewis?
I think there's been a few people singing.
Yeah.
I was thinking not Leona Lewis, the winner of X Factor, just before she sang with Beyonce.
97.
I wasn't a big X Factor fan.
Liar.
I wasn't. I genuinely wasn't.
Why have you got Love Island on, by the way? You're supposed to be commentating here.
Well, I'm entering Casa Amor next week.
95. Paul Lucar, 136.
Alexandra Burke. What a production team we have in the background here.
Some of them need to get a life, I think. Alexandra Burke.
Lovely setup play again.
104. Kevin Lucar, 107.
Treble 8. What you do is you aim in that area. The 16 would have left the tops. Treble 16, double 4.
75.
Just couldn't
Paul
meet the
Lucar,
challenge like
52.
Linwood did. And out of nowhere, really, because there's wonderful pace to this game. Linwood for a 16 darter. I thought he might move across the hockey there. He stayed there. That surprises
16.
me.
Kevin Lucar, 32.
And that's why I said he sort of has the mannerisms of a Richie Burnett. Just needs to be careful as he's walking in that zone as he goes by there.
No score.
Disappointing
Paul Lucar,
from Edwards.
16.
He's not as vocal as Linwood, but he'll be just as disappointed because they're the chances you've got to take. So I do not expect Paul Linwood to miss this.
8. Kevin
So
Lucar,
Edwards back
32.
for 32 to level up.
Game shot on the second leg. Kevin Edwards.
Edwards levels up with a break of throw. We're back on throw. It's one apiece.
Third leg, Kevin, you throw first. Game on.
I think we'll really see how the table's looking, who's going to be qualifying after this game. I think this is
60.
a bigger game than I sort of before I first anticipated. Just looking at here now, I think they've pretty much qualified whoever wins this match. I think Richard Stride still got some things to say in this group. I'm sure both players know that. If you're wondering what that yellow carpet is, it's an exclusion zone.
81.
It's really important that you walk all the way around it, as Kevin is demonstrating there. This is good stuff. Really like this guy.
140.
Been a great addition to the MODUS Super Series. He bounces along there. Character, personality, just what you need in darts.
We need more of them.
45.
And despite all those missed doubles, he's still averaging over 90 as Linwood. That follow through. Look at those fingers at the end.
60.
But the height of it. There, can you see how he's walking right across? I don't like that.
$81. Paul Lucar, 161.
Good setup play once again from Linwood.
99.
And he's 62. Big advantage here. And it will be a break of throw. Steady darts again from Edwards.
134.
A two-dart
Paul Lucar,
combination.
62.
But it's in the hands of the man in your picture. For double 16, he's hit this once already on a combination. That
Game
is
shot on the
beautiful
third leg.
darts, Paul Linwood.
Linwood.
Nice to watch. Love his reaction. Love everything about this guy. Could he be the guy that lifts the £5,000
Paul
prize
to throw first. Game
tomorrow
on.
night?
He's got every chance he plays at this level. Absolutely every single chance in the world. And
60.
we said, didn't we, at the start of the week, that there's going to be opportunities for players in Group B and Group C to really take advantage of opportunities and maybe have ambitions of not just winning the £5,000 prize, but also getting re-invitations back. And Paul Linwood, over the last couple of days, has not done his chances any harm whatsoever.
And it's as if he can hear you. That's another beautiful return. He's got the scoring power to go with this wonderful combination. Finishing. And that's a great attribute to have.
60.
It's a very skillful hand-eye coordination game. But there's so much more about it. Like I say, no two throws are the same. No personalities are the same. Sometimes you just need that grit, that
100.
bottle. Under circumstances like this, that's something that you can't buy. Something you can't train yourself.
58.
100 ahead plus these. And he'll love that first dart. Decisions, treble 19. I actually like the bullseye there, Henry. Just to leave a guarantee yourself a 2-darter. And really, Kevin should have started on the 18s there. I actually think he's put this leg to bed right now because
62.
The only person who can lose this leg now is Paul Linwood himself. He just corrects his darts, resets. There's the exhale of breath. And for double 16, which he's been mightily impressive on, double 8. 46. No need to panic with Kevin Edwards so far back. If you're wondering why they look to the left each time, there's a TV there with all the scores on right in the corner of their eye.
100, polo car 16.
And 6 darts minimum, Henry.
He's got the luxury of time, but he doesn't need time. You don't need time when you're as good as Paul Linwood. You just execute it at the first possible opportunity, and a 3-1 lead he has. But Paul, you're not throwing first in this leg, mate. It's Kevin's throw. Paul!
Fifth leg, Kevin to throw first.
Paul! It's Kevin's throw!
Game on.
We got there in the end.
$60.
Can't say he's not eager.
I'm still looking at the Chinese of James Phillips.
100. $85.
So you're answering that question there from Jack, who said, how does the ref know what's left after each throw without marking it? Well, we have a couple of scalpers here. Now, their job is to input dart for dart what goes into the board. And we have a couple of brilliant scalpers who do that particular job. Taylor and Frankie, who's doing the job this evening, both do fantastic jobs. And basically, they have a monitor next to where they're sat in the production room, and they click every single dart going into the board. So, for example, they'll be clicking on their touchscreen, triple 20, single 20 there for Paul Linwood.
And if you're wondering why he was thinking there, he was thinking, well, a 180 doesn't leave me a finish. He's just quickly thinking, if treble 19 or treble 17, then he soon realised on 3-4-3, you can't leave 41. A finish. But he's done the right thing, 203. I like the 19s on that one, because 171 leaves his beloved double 16, but this is 100. Good stuff. Mightily, mightily impressive from the Welshman. Nick Kenny will be happy. Keep the messages coming. I'm getting funny stories about players and everything.
43.
Keep
Polo
them
car
coming.
103.
Just gives us an opportunity to listen from Graham Usher, who's saying, tell Henry hello.
This is for the match to seal an impressive victory.
46. And he's been absolutely and to be apt
87.
to finish on that double 16, but not on this occasion.
And just quickly, whilst we're not on a match-winning shot, hello, Graham. One of the nicest guys in the world of darts, Graham Usher.
80.
Paul Linwood then here.
16.
Double 8 to seal a 4-1 success. To win a halfway battle here at the Super Series on Friday night. And that will be delight for Paul Linwood as that double 8 squeezes into the corner. He moves on to 8 points. He's not mathematically confirmed yet, but he's pretty much there. It's a better Kevin Edwards by 4 legs to 1 for 90 average. And so he moves on to 8 points. 6 games played apiece. We're going to take a break, and then after that, we're going to see Richard Stride in action against Neil Duff.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Paul Linwood has edged ever closer to qualifying for finals night with that 4-1 victory. Glenn Durrant alongside me, how impressed were you with the way he was able to regroup after the disappointments against Neil Duff?
Well, we asked questions in commentary yesterday. It was absolutely perfect for him. How is he going to react with a bit of adversity after this first round loss? But what a character, what a player. I mean, he's another 90+ average with missed doubles there, 4 from 13. So it just tells you how his power scoring there could take him all the way to the title on Saturday night. What a story that would be.
Do you know what? He's almost speaking as if he sat just next to us. He wasn't saying that off camera, definitely not. But we can have a little look at the league standings and see that that puts him in pole position to qualify. Neil Duff, of course, already through to finals night. It looks like Paul Linwood will be joining him. He has the healthier leg difference. A word on Terry Jenkins, though, of course, he's unable to qualify for finals night. How will he assess his week overall?
Yeah, just before as I walked through the players' lounge there, Terry Jenkins, I was going to say nice things about him, but he said, Glenn, I'm playing like you are at the moment, so I'm not going to say anything nice, but I just think Saturday night would have been better with the likes of Neil Duff, with the likes of Terry Jenkins in there, you know, to have your Lakeside champion, to have a superstar. But this group, it's all about the debutants, really. You know, Kevin Edwards is looking good. If Richard Stride wins this game here, and obviously we've talked a lot about Paul Linwood as well, and that's what the MODUS Super Series is all about. It's giving these players the opportunities once again. It's sort of been linked to seniors this week, over 50s. It's been a great week so far, and you try and pick a winner Saturday night, because I can't.
Absolutely. Right then, let's tuck into this one. It's Richard Stride up against Neil Duff. Stride, of course, looking to keep his faint hopes of qualifying alive in this one. Henry, back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. Neil Duff, we know he's already through. Richard Stride needs a win here against the Duff man. Stride, who is on 4 points, and Kevin Edwards on 6. We will see Edwards again, very, very shortly indeed. He takes on Terry Jenkins, the man who occupies bottom spot in the table. So big match this for Stride to try and keep the pressure on Edwards. As for the Duff man, he knows that he's going to get his ticket. He's going to get his invite into tomorrow night's final. He's also been given a ticket and an invite to the World Seniors Championship, which on top of the possibility of winning £20,000 in the MODUS Super Series title, a title which he would hold very close to his heart, having played him on a number of occasions. There's also a great opportunity to get himself in as good a stead as possible for that 4-day stint at the Circus Tavern.
It's Richard to throw first.
But it's Richard Stride who has the darts in this one.
Game on.
Stride kicking us off here. Glenn Durrant has made his way back into the commentary box.
Yeah, just quickly chatting with a very perplexed Terry Jenkins right now. I was just about to say to him, you know, what's going on? You know, and then he said, Glenn, I'm playing like you at the moment.
140.
So stuff him. But absolutely no concerns of injuries, anything like that. He just said he's just sliding into the treble ones and threw 3 darts in front of me there. And what did he do? Treble one, treble one, treble one. And I don't know if he knows now, but he can't qualify. But he's still on the board practicing.
Yeah, there is still a faint possibility if he wins his remaining games 4-0, and then he needs a miraculous run of results to go against him.
Oh, that's great.
140.
He needs more bagels than Costa coffee first thing in the morning.
Like it. I think it's only fair to say that I had a conversation with Neil Duff after yesterday. I sort of said he didn't deal with his issue of playing Richard Stride very well.
140.
And he rest assured he's going to use his experience of playing Justin Thompson from Australia, who is very, very deliberate. And he said, rest assured, Glenn, I will win that game against Richard Stride tomorrow. And that was the conversation. He's come out with, he's really grit his teeth. And I think he could hear me and Abby talking on the balcony to say he had qualified. So if he wasn't sure, if he's not looking at the numbers on the TV that is in the players' room, I think he'd be delighted. He can just relax now.
Neil, you've got 81.
But like I said, this was a different type of challenge. And for me, he showed a bit of distress as probably the only negative from the past 2 days because he's been absolutely brilliant.
57.
And he loves that double 12. And how many times on that first dart does he just hit the wire and then follow it to win, but not this time. This was one of my bankers of the night because I seen how angry he was that he wins this match 4-0 or 4-1.
Which is one of those immeasurable results for Terry Jenkins that had helped swing things
58.
in his
Neil Duff,
direction.
24.
So, double 12 for Duff. This is for 13 dart start against the darts astride. Freeze.
21.
Stride is back for
Richard Duff,
136.
136.
Has to be said, in the scoring department has been outplayed. We haven't actually seen a ton plus score yet, but we've seen 4 140 pluses, 3 of them in the direction of the Duff man.
Dare I say once again, people do not seem to be taking the chances against Richard. Don't think he's outscored anyone.
60.
But he's
Neil
still
Duff,
won 2
3.
games so far. Back 1 for double.
Game shot on the first flag. Neil Duff.
For the double, that will cause Stride toil and trouble. Knowing that he has to win this game.
Second leg, Neil Duff.
Realistically.
First. Game on.
Duff breaking in the opener and then starting off with a 60 is not the music to his ears.
140.
Of course, keep your tweets, your comments, your observations coming in this evening here at the Super Series. We did actually have a tweet from Justin Donnelly. Because we're out training tonight, I still have to wait for the other half to watch Love Island before watching the darts. You don't need Love Island when you've got 2, well, Adonises here in the commentary box.
Is your co-commentator Henry off to Fratton Park tomorrow?
Usually I would, but I've promised, well, my colleague and friend Owen Binks, I'd go and watch his beloved Colchester.
Get to it. You don't even say it.
I don't know.
He's going to see Colchester versus Gillingham.
I don't know what mistakes I've made in life to go there, but there we go.
1 from 6 on the outer ring for Neil Duff. Yet he's still averaging over 106. His scoring has been
100.
unbelievable.
Neil Duff,
100s,
81.
0. 180, 0. 6 140s.
Game shot on the
And when
second
you get
leg.
a combination finishing like that for an 11 darter, Neil Duff is here to win it. We didn't actually see it Monday or Tuesday. We had concerns. But right now he is sprinting right now.
Game on.
And who's going to argue that he's going to be the champion on Saturday night?
These are the best darts on a consistent basis without any shadow of a doubt this week. We saw that rip-roar 109 average from Johnny Haynes, didn't we, on Wednesday? That set the blue touch paper light for the week. But in terms of
100.
a consistent level of exuberant performance, Duff has kind of been the man tonight.
46.
I mean, you've seen it 1,000 times at the MODUS Super Series. You know, you don't win it on the Monday, Tuesday or Wednesday. You can lose it. It's just dart is about timing. And speaking of timing,
121.
that would have been a giant leap for Mr. Stride to get his first leg
60.
in this match. But Neil Duff, I think he wanted this 4-0. I think he wanted to say, there you go, Durrant. Is that better?
That question earlier about Fratton Park, was that by a guy called Aaron, by any chance?
What was the question?
The one about Fratton Park.
58.
No, Steve Shadwell. He's got the sponsorship on the shirt of Richard there.
I will be there in a couple of weeks' time. Be watching the game against Barnsley before the
100.
final of Champions Week. No better way to get yourself ready for a big occasion than watching Portsmouth against Barnsley.
Portsmouth was the only team where in 1987-88 I was at Ayresome Park in the Zenith Data competition, Zenith Data Classic,
81.
Zenith Data Trophy, wasn't
Zenith Data Trophy. We were home to Portsmouth, and Portsmouth had brought 0 fans. And after about 17 minutes, everyone
45.
started
Richie
applauding
O'Connell,
and clapping and whatever.
141.
And I think they got stuck in traffic. And it was the guy we saw in the pub a few weeks ago with all the tattoos.
John Westwood.
Yeah, and he and a couple of carfuls actually arrived. So, yeah, that's my memory of that match. Cold, horrible Tuesday night. 5 hours to Ayresome Park.
100.
And stuck in a traffic jam.
Although, to be fair, isn't that a regular Colchester following?
140. Richard O'Connell, 41.
He will be wearing a hooded top tomorrow, if you want to have a word with Henry.
All in good jest.
Game
Double
shot on the
16
third
for
leg.
2-1.
Richard Stride.
Stride brings this game back to within 1.
One of my bankers today was this game not to go more than 5.5 legs.
Fourth leg Neil to throw first. Game on.
So it would be a case, if my bank is going to work, that Neil Duff takes the next 2 legs. I'm liking everything I'm seeing about Neil right now.
83.
Trebon just trickles in there. Did you see much of the World Series tonight? Anyone, any standout performers for you?
I've got to be honest, I hadn't really had a look just because I've been doing a bit of research ahead of tonight.
100.
Did see a bit of the challenge tour, and many congratulations goes to Christian Kist for getting the better of our commentary colleague Scott Mitchell in the final. Did catch a little bit of that, didn't
61.
we, on Dark Connect?
What we did say was just, we all think Scott Mitchell will probably win the seniors. I think that was pretty unanimous in here. The conversation we had here is, you know, we talked about match sharpness, and we've used that term an awful lot this week. And, you know, I did chat with Neil Duff and a chat with Terry Jenkins, and, you know,
81.
they're confident they're going to go all the way and win it. And Robert Thornton won't be giving up that title very easy, but his scoring power of Scott Mitchell right now, I've watched quite a lot of his games in Q
100.
School, and, you know, today you just regularly seeing 1 ton, 40 ton, and he was beginning to get them finishes sorted out. An amazing semi-final we watched, didn't we, with James Huddle with the 9 darter.
Congratulations to James for the 9.
And Henry sort of went in commentary
60.
mode, and he went, Scott did what Scott does with a 53 finish to win the game.
Never switch off, do I? Need to get a life, don't I, Glenn?
100.
Yes.
Yeah.
I enjoy your company. You're making me feel quite young again. You, Owen, Charlie.
It's been good fun.
I do like coming down to Portsmouth now. I am an absolute home bird as well. You know, a week away for me is very
100.
difficult. I
Nearly
don't actually
Carl,
think that people believe that I'm
157.
really, really enjoying myself. Using my brain again. It's absolutely the life of Riley being a top 16 dart player. That I won't
57.
disagree with.
Richard O'Connell,
But getting pummeled
160.
6-0 and 6-1 wasn't very pleasant for me the past 18 months. And the enjoyment, it sort of sucked it away from me. What I'm trying to do right now is look at other avenues. As Richard Sturridge looks for a 160 finish. 80, just missed out there. Just look, hoping to open
100.
new doors, and who knows?
Nearly O'Connell,
If I can get my
100.
darts back again, I give myself a go at Q School next year. Just a setup there for Duff now.
60. Richard O'Connell, 60.
So my banker of 5.5 legs will be ruined if Richard finishes on the 16. He precariously got close to the treble going with it because he just takes that long, but that's perfect. 2 darts at tops.
Well, it should have been 2 at tops, but it isn't 2 at tops, and so Duff returns for that target upon the next turn.
28. Nearly O'Connell, 40.
So, tops for Duff for 3-1. And a nice marker. That's a peachy lie.
30. Richard
And
O'Connell,
the
32.
first sign of frustration from the Duff man this evening the slap of the fight. And Stride returns to 32. Two left.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Richard
We are
Stride.
level at 2 apiece.
So apologies to anyone watching the ground show tonight. Where I said the better the night. Be the fact
Fifth
that
leg,
this
Richard
game
to
wouldn't
throw
go more than
first. Game
5.5
on.
legs. So it's back to my treble now, which I'll try and keep you updated as them games, the penultimate games of the night. And like I said, the way my predictions go, get your money on the opposite.
We've been waiting for you to get a treble for a while, Glenn.
59.
Bullying from Henry Deacon. I thought my 58 average at the World Grand Prix was the lowest moment.
140.
I just want to know why you wanted to try and enjoy yourself again and you thought, oh, 6 days sat with me in the commentary box was the one.
I'll be in touch with Modus tomorrow. In fact, I'd rather have 6 days with Corin Hammond. Looking forward to working with her tomorrow.
45.
And then I will be here for Champions Week. Really honoured with that, to be honest with you, because I felt like I got my date wrong. I thought I was here for the
70.
final week of qualifying. So looking to find out who I'll be working with that week, as Henry will be doing an amazing job presenting.
I'll be seeing you suited and booted for the big final.
Yes, I will be
41.
bringing suit and tie for that one. Got a lovely shirt for tomorrow.
I've decided to go down the young and current route of a jacket and a t-shirt.
85.
In it.
Oh, of course, Mush.
That's it, blood.
I'm 22 and I'm pretending to be cool and trendy. I'm just not.
I'm 52 and trying. I still go back to Shabba.
60.
Apparently, I've had basically people think I'm Will
83.
Mackenzie from the In-Betweeners. I don't know if you've ever seen that show, Glenn.
Never.
Thank goodness for
And
that.
neither had Matthew Edgar. Because he absolutely loves it now after spending time with you boys.
Yeah, him and Owen were snuggled up under a blanket.
140. Nearly count 123.
Less said about that, the better. But treble 19 for Duff. To leave treble 18.
55.
And all of a
Richard
sudden,
O'Connor,
from
156.
banging those trebles, you're just beginning to pepper the wires now. Don't think there'll be too much concern just yet. He's clearly the better player, but just people can't put Richard Stride to bed.
$64. Neil O'Connor, 68.
So 68 for the breaking 3-2 for Neil Duff. 48 remaining. So you'll head towards that 8 and 16 segment. The single 16 leaves
Game
double
shot on the
16.
flag.
And
Neil
in his
Duff.
stride, Duff leaves 3-2. That's the breaker throw. And so now Duff, with the darts in his hand, has the chance to win the match here.
6 leg Neil to throw first. Game on. $100.
Another great shout out from Martin Turner, unsung hero Paul Knighton.
Mm.
Do you know him?
Just a little bit before my time, but I've heard of the name.
Yeah. What a player. He was the type of player who used to
55.
think, what must he be thinking when he was seeing me lifting titles? And because he was so much more talented, so much better than me, from County Durham.
59.
What an unbelievable. Honestly, he would sit there, Henry, and then have 3 darts and just give you the biggest pasting you've ever had in a local comp. Unbelievable play. Gordon Dobie, Chris Dobie's dad, just... them guys could easily, if they travelled the circuit, have been household names now. That's how good they were.
140.
I was nowhere near as good as them. Nowhere near.
I can't remember who said this, but I remember someone saying
140.
the best players you've ever seen are the players you've never seen. And that the players that just do ridiculous things, but they've just not, for one reason or another, travelled the circuit or given the game a true go.
Are we seeing one tonight in Paul Linwood?
Possibly.
You know, yes, he was a prestigious talent as a young lad, and we've talked a lot about the World Masters, etc. But most of his work since has been done locally and around the Gwent area. Because the best player I ever saw was a guy called Peter Sell. He was in my Super League team. Honestly, Henry, he was absolutely unbelievable. But could he go in a venue at 9 in the morning and win a final at 11 o'clock at night like a Welsh Open would be? And the simple answer is no. And I guess that's where my strengths sort of come into it, and other people's strengths who have been sort of like a Martin Adams,
60.
The Dieter Hedmans of this world, 300 titles. That's a hard job to do. For treble 17 for Duff. Been watching the snooker tonight as Duff goes for the 147.
83.
I was thinking the World Series of Darts was on ITV4 tonight. Come on, Richard, give me a 180. Yes. Yes.
140.
Everyone's asking, you can't hear me, but that would have been the double one of all double ones. It's one dart, a double 16 for the impressive Neil Duff. And I highlight the word impressive. He was very disappointed in losing to Richard Stride yesterday, not because of his talent. I think he lost the mental battle. He assured me he was going to win this game today, and he was averaging close to 100 for big parts of that game. But he's been the standout performer tonight, Neil Duff. We're going to be seeing him tomorrow night. Has that put pay to the chances of Richard Stride, or has he got one big chance left to go? It's still all to play for here at the MODUS Super Series, and we'll be back right after this short break.
So, victory for Neil Duff in our last match has confirmed Paul Linwood's place at finals night. A superb achievement on debut for the Welshman. And this next match could complete our lineup with Kevin Edwards. A slightly frustrating performance last time out. If he can get the better of the bull here, a man who's been frustrated with his level throughout his games in Group B, he'll also make it to Saturday night on debut. What a story, what an achievement that would be for the man who just said to me that with everything he's been through, he considers every match a bonus. Can he extend his stay at the Super Series with a win here? Let's find out, shall we, with Henry and Glenn.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, very simple.
First leg
It's
is
all
Kevin
coming. So many
first.
congratulations to Paul Linwood.
Game on.
I think he's going to be a welcome addition to the finals night. I was just thinking, Henry, how is he going to react with a crowd here? I think he could be someone who would feed off a crowd without knowing him too well. I was able to shake his hand as I went up on the balcony
100.
earlier. I've just got a funny feeling that he'll gain energy from people being here. So please, we're at the live lounge here in Portsmouth. And tickets are free at dartshop.tv. Be absolutely wonderful to see you here.
And I think of everything that's gone on in his life, and he's been so open about it over the last couple of days here, to be able to play in front of a crowd, I think would be a,
140.
not just a hugely significant moment, but a hugely emotional moment for Kevin Edwards. A first TV game in front of a crowd. Jenkins has played many a TV game in front of a crowd. If Edwards wins 3 legs here, Jenkins is officially eliminated from the running.
Well, I made my debut on sportystuff.tv today, and I was asked to put a treble together. No puns, please. I've heard them all. And my first one of the night included this game, and the highest finish
95.
going to Kevin Edwards at 11 to 10. So the guy in your picture over the 7 legs, the best of 7, needs to get the highest finish to start my treble up.
30.
Well, he hits himself 91 after 12. Jenkins here back on 206.
41. Kevin Newcar, 91.
Is this a massive backward step for Terry Jenkins? Is he going to remember this in 3 weeks' time? As Kevin goes for tops. This would make my bet look good.
71.
I think at this point it's a situation of he can take the positives on the first 3 days and just take the fact he's had some match
66.
practice in
Kevin
the next 2.
20.
You're going to look at it from a glass half full perspective as Edwards comes back for the double 10 to take the lead. Slides it across, and that's the opener in the leisure of Kevin Edwards. 2 legs away. I'm knocking Jenkins out. But it's the bull with the darts in leg 2.
Second leg, Terry to throw first. Game on.
And of course, you want your engagement here this evening at the Super Series at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter, and on Instagram.
81.
Very trendy. I've had an answer to the tungsten teaser. The correct
60.
answer we asked, who did Scott Waits beat in the last 16? Both times he won leg side. Het de Vos.
Ah. Do you want to know an interesting fact on that one?
Oh, please.
140.
The second one, I was in the Frimley Green Workmen's Club, and I won't lie, wanted Gert de Vos to win because I felt like that was an easier prospect than playing
81.
Scott Waits. Scott Waits eventually won after Gert pretty much had the game sewn up. And I don't know if you remember that game, it's on YouTube, where the crowd really affected me. I was winning quite comfortably in that quarter-final against Scott Waits. The crowd turned on me, and Scott Waits made a massive comeback. And of all the YouTube videos on about me, despite Premier League wins, Lakeside wins, the best one is called Suicidal Dart Player. And it was my interview after being beat by, because at that point I thought I'm never going to win Lakeside.
Double 19 for 155 for Jenkins. But sorry for poor Rob Walker having been put in the situation to interview you.
Yeah, I think it was Rob, yeah.
Lovely guy, Rob.
Yeah, I've been up at the snooker a few times.
100. Terry Newcar, 38.
This will be for the highest finish of the match.
Game shot on the second leg. Terry Jenkins.
So My bet's not looking too good right now. Remember to gamble responsibly. Be 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Third leg coming to throw first. Game on.
This match is evenly balanced. And for Edwards, it would be a giant step in qualifying for Saturday night to win here. And he's doing himself all the favours in the world with this throw.
180.
He was the least prolific 180 hitter last night. But tonight, he's the most prolific.
43.
What a difference a day makes. Those 24 little hours proving to be the difference for Kevin Edwards.
The first man to get a 180 in the Essex Super League, 2004.
60.
And the story is so inspiring about Kevin. He's just a very softly spoken, nice guy. He's here with his partner.
7.
How many times has Terry... Sorry, I don't mean to be laughing there, but it's just this treble one he was saying to me. I can't keep at that treble one bed.
It's just not happening tonight. It's one of them nights.
60.
I would have staked my whole reputation, not only in qualifying for this 3 from 5 group when I saw the names, but actually winning the whole thing on Saturday night.
59.
What do I know, Henry? Yeah?
No, fair bit, to be fair.
There's good stuff from Edwards.
130.
It was a 4-2 winner over Terry yesterday. Just shy of 80 average. And there's the treble one if you wonder what the Rye smile's all about.
32. Coming across 71.
We treble 13 or treble 17. Fat 18. And tops for a 71 finish.
51. 125.
That was the last time he saw Terry on 360 when they've got a dart or a double.
Probably the World Grand Prix.
Game shot on the third leg.
And
Kevin
looking back on
Edwards.
Terry's career, the World Grand Prix, 2 finals and 2 semi-finals. So that double-off format was something that really suited his game.
Fourth leg Terry to throw first. Game on.
And all of the achievements in this game, I don't think the MODUS Super Series 2023 will one he look
60.
back fondly. Chances on Group A. Well, Group B has just been an absolute disaster from his first dart to his last.
Well, I hope he gets another opportunity in the near future to put at least Group B right, because he showed more than enough
125.
signs on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. He was well in contention to winning the group. Well, he had that shootout with Haynes to win the group, and I hope that he gets another go and another crack at this, whether it be Series 3 or beyond.
I'm working with him a lot this year.
140.
He still kept his humour. I'm playing like you, Glenn. Not what you want to hear for the guy who's hitting 7, but this is the Terry Jenkins we all know and love.
140.
Just fighting with himself, isn't he? I can't believe this Greyhound show's got to me.
100.
The only thing on my mind now is
161.
Kevin Edwards getting the highest finish in this game.
At treble 17 would left the ball for 161. Edwards 136 with a 3-1 lead.
97.
This has been much better from
Kevin
Jenkins in this leg.
136.
Back-to-back 140s, 97, leads him on 64 after 12. But can Edwards render it irrelevant if he could have found the 136?
100. Terry O'Connor 64.
The double. That would have been for
32.
Desmond. And so
Kevin
Edwards,
O'Connor,
36 to break the throw of Jenkins and then have the chance to throw for the match. Double 18 is what he wants. And double
Game shot on
18
the
is what he
fourth leg.
gets.
Kevin
And an
Edwards.
impressive 13 dart leg to boot. Averaging 92.9. An impressive performance by Kevin Edwards. And Edwards had to get to 3 legs
Fifth leg
to
coming
knock
to throw
Jenkins
first. Game on.
out of the process. And so we can officially scrub the name of Terry Jenkins as a qualifier for tomorrow night's final.
80.
And if Edwards can then, from his point, this juncture, this position, go on and win the match, we will know the Super 6, Glenn.
85.
The field would be set. The invitations will be sent via the
45.
post. Do you send it via the envelope or by
100.
carrier pigeon?
Yeah, I think you've won all 1988 again there.
Wasn't that the year that This Morning debuted on ITV?
Henry, stop this, please.
85.
Help me, Owen. Help me.
Think about poor Owen spending the whole day with me tomorrow.
78.
I'll share a car with me for 5 hours.
You're driving 8 miles.
Oh no.
140.
That's poor form.
It's a lovely 140 from Edwards.
$24. Kevin O'Carr, 151.
Dejected darts. That's 151 for Edwards. Minimum 6 darts. A treble would be nice. That looks in.
83. $60.
Is
Kevin
it all
O'Carr,
over for
68.
Jenkins? Kevin Edwards, 68 for the match. I could do with this double going in for my treble. Double 16.
Game shot and the match, Kevin Edwards.
What a match from Kevin Edwards for Terry Jenkins. A couple of days that he probably just wants to forget. He was here for many, many reasons. Preparation for the seniors. It just hasn't worked for him. But it's Kevin Edwards, Paul Linwood, and the very impressive Neil Duff will be seen on Saturday night. There's still games to be played. Next up is Paul Linwood against Richard Stride. That'll be back straight after the break.
So our lineup for finals night is complete. Kevin Edwards has done it on debut. Paul Linwood, of course, also through to finals night with 2 matches to spare, is up next, looking to replicate what he did against Kev Edwards in his last match to put down a bit of a marker going into Saturday night's action. He looked very good indeed, didn't he, in that one? A 90 average, and he's looked confident throughout his play in Group B. He's up against Richard Stride, who now can't qualify, but will want to go out on a high to do his chances of a return to the live lounge, the world of good. Here's Glenn Reid to talk you through the action.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, so we know Paul Linwood's going to be through. We know the 6 who are going to be through to finals night now, which gives us a great opportunity to preview what is going to come, what is going to happen. But we've got 3 more games for you here this evening at the Super Series to round off your Friday night tungsten entertainment. And boy, have we been treated with some tungsten entertainment today. We've had action here, action at the Nordic Darts Masters. We've had Challenge Tour as well. It's been a jam-packed bumper day of darts. And, well, I suppose we're kind of moving from Friday into Saturday. So let this be a kind of little bit of a move from one day worth of darting drama into another. Linwood then with the darts here. 2 games for him left for Richard Stride. This is going to be his final game this week at the Super Series.
And that 68 finish from
83.
Kevin Edwards in the last game meant that the treble bet that I was on Greyhound TV earlier, the first one is up. The second part of it was for this match not to go over 5.5 legs. So a 4-1 or a 4-0 win
60.
for either player. And my bet will continue. And as I've said many times, if you've been following my predictions, it would be a first.
60.
You'll always remember your first time, Glenn.
I'm so old, I can't remember me first.
96. 43.
And it can be very difficult when you're playing. Can we use a different term to dead rubber? 'Cause that's just really unfair against these guys. Can you know, better with words than I am, but it's very difficult because
An adrenaline relaxer.
the dead rubber here that you see is
95.
Mug written on face.
He's been laughing at my treble 20s if you're wondering why I'm trying to get my own back. But I guess the 3 guys who have qualified now probably will just want to get back to the hotel. In preparation, as Henry alluded to earlier, how do you sort of prepare? I mean, the game starts at 10 o'clock at night, so... But honestly, even on the afternoon,
41.
they'll start thinking, even from what time they have the tea, what time they have food, go for a walk, you know, all them things will sort of be taken into consideration. Because this is not to be sniffed at. This is 5 grand to the winner tomorrow. And then after that, 20 grand on Champions Week. Massive opportunity for these guys.
Great opportunities courtesy of the MODUS Super Series. Linwood 130 after 15 in this opening leg.
42. Polokar 130.
Try leaving 167. So Linwood 130. Going to at least get a dart at the ball, but... Well, I say he should at least get a dart at the ball. He's decided to play a bit of a gamble there.
Famously saw this at Ali Pali this year with MVG versus Mensa Sulovic. His Stride, the new Mensa.
$41. Polokar 32.
Oh, double 16 for Linwood to get this opening leg on the board. That's a nice lie. That's a nice marker. But he can't find a way in. And so Stride, 126 to get this game going.
How many times have we said tonight that people just don't want to hit doubles against Richard Stride? Any theory on that? What a start that is. Paul Linwood. Oh, dear me. You've done the hard work. That leaves 62. I think he'll be checking with Paul Hinks. We started on Thursday this game and finished Friday with this one leg alone.
74. Paul Lucar, 32.
Double 16 for Linwood.
That's not ideal.
Game shot on the first
Well
leg.
deserved.
Paul
He
Linwood.
moved across the angles of the hockey. And I think he fully deserved that leg of darts. But once again, people are struggling to put these games to bed. Nothing to write home on the stats.
Second leg, Richard to throw first. Game
Paul
on.
Linwood 1, Richard Stride 0. Is the only stat that really matters.
Now, we've been following the theme, haven't we, of 1988 for Paul Linwood's games. As Stride looks to open up with a max here. There is the max for Stride, and beautifully pictured by our camera angle. Oh, Linwood's going to follow up, is he? Maybe not.
100.
See what Stride can do here. Not to be with the 9 this time, but I had a message from Griffin Peterson who said 1988, which of course was the year Linwood made the World Masters final. It was the year that Home and Away
60.
debuted on TV. Rupert Grint, better known as Ron Reesley, and Adele, the famous singer, were both born in this particular year. I feel like a local radio DJ. In this particular year, this person was born, and then in politics, this happened. I've lost the plot, Glenn.
I'm glad you said that.
Someone's going to take me out of the back and probably shoot me now.
60. $140.
Super darts from Linwood. Just to bring this leg back to 201 apiece. He's just growing into this game, his Stride.
139.
Leaves a 2-dart combination after 12 darts. Needs a treble.
60. Richard Yokar, 62.
Treble 10 with the desired target. He may stay there for another 15. For double 16 for 1-1.
30. Paul Lucar, 141.
Be the highest finish of the night.
109. Richard Yokar,
Plan
32.
B was to leave a 1-dart finish and put some pressure on this 32. Over to you, Mr. Stride. Marker. That makes it awkward. He decides not to move, so he's just going to lob it over that first dart.
16. Paul Lucar, 32.
And probably when he let go of that in his eye line, he thought that had a chance. And I think he thought that was in. I know, but like this guy. He reminds me of someone, but I keep thinking Richie Burnett with his mannerisms. Oh dear, I don't like that.
No score.
And
Richard
just
Yokar,
totally
16.
put him off there.
And after a magical mystery tour of the stage, he's not found the double, and Stride is back for double 8. They say in Holland, double act. Now double 4, which is double fear.
Game shot on the second
There was
leg.
no
Richard
fear for
Stride.
Richard Stride. And he's still here, and at least without, even though he can't qualify, He wants to finish on a high.
Third leg Paul to throw
Wants
first.
to-
Game on.
At least end with something he can cling on to.
140.
And it makes my Dozzers tip look like a real outside bet now, because it's down to one of these guys winning 4-1. The bookies are
60.
running terrified. 8-1 this treble, whatever that means. That means if you put £10 on it,
81.
you would lose £10.
Where's Edgar when you need him?
His were unbelievable.
Oh my. Although I did get 24-1 come in.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
45.
Advantage Linwood in this leg. They'll be frustrated with them 3 missed darts at a double.
140.
Just had a little look at some of the stats, Glenn, and just have a look at the 180 column, and it's just caught our eye a little bit in the corner because there's been 127 of them. And who's reffing?
60. Paul Lucar,
Mark Lawrence.
140.
Do you like the Yorkshire accent?
60.
Proper accent in it. Not like what we say down south.
What do you think of my accent?
Ula Costa.
I am not
83.
a Geordie.
Paul Lucar, 80.
I can prove I've got 10 fingers and 10 toes. As Linwood goes for double
Game shot on
16.
the third leg. Paul
It's
Linwood.
combination finish. He did a couple of times on 80. Most people have obviously gone the 20s there, but with Richard so far behind, a nice little 14 darter from Linwood.
Fourth leg Richard to throw
Just-
first. Game on.
The only blip in this match for Paul so far has been those missed darts in leg 2, which let in Richard. So if I'm not a Geordie, what am I?
43.
T-sider.
No.
Obviously, Mackham's a Sunderland, isn't it?
Exactly. So Geordie, Mackham,
100.
and I even had on my dart shirt. I only ever made one, but I changed from this back to Dozer. Smoggy.
Of course, of course.
84.
There's a guy who's a marker on the PDC tour, so no doubt one will know him well, but I am so bad with names. Adrian, maybe? Anyway, he's got that shirt.
140.
No, Binks mates of everyone, isn't he?
100.
Just beginning to take control is Linwood. A treble with he would be nice.
57.
Maybe a dead rubber, but Richard Stry's not changing his style for absolutely
42.
anything. Every single dart he has thrown the past 2 days has been exactly the same. And that is a dart.
$80.
Just checking what are required there to leave 1-2-4.
If in doubt, double check. Don't just throw a dart for the sake of throwing a dart. We see with players, aren't they, that the referee is there to help.
Bullseye is a good shot here, thinking of counting.
43.
Just didn't
Paul
execute.
Lucar, 124.
The treble 20, treble 18, and he'll stay there.
56.
It was 68 for Kevin Edwards in the last game. That was the real turning point with a winning double. You have a feeling if Linwood can check out in the 68.
96. Paul Lucar, 68.
Another dart here, so for double 16, he's been so effective with that transition
52.
from the 20 to double
Richard
16, but
Lucar,
not this time.
93.
And once again, missed doubles against this man is something that you don't do because the guy is so dangerous. You think he's in for treble 20, he still can do it. The treble 18 or bull. Wowza.
25. Paul Lucar,
For a
16.
3-1 lead.
Dare he question Paul Hinks?
Game shot on the 4 flag. Paul Linwood.
That creeps in there. I can't believe he questioned Mr. Hinks. Any thoughts on that, Henry? Sacrilegious.
6 flag,
Hinks
Paul to throw first.
Is a
Game on.
referee of goatage. Sheer goatage.
Dare I say, my bet's looking good. Paul Linwood
59.
wins this leg with his darts. I have a double. Is that what it's called when you get 2 wins?
Don't be sad, because 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
That was 1988.
60.
There's the Hinks Meister. 127 in game. I still, honestly, when you see Phil Taylor's reaction, it's
60.
like, whoa, what have you done? Didn't I go at the quiz a few weeks ago and kept singing 127 in game? And I think Mark Watt was going to punch me on the nose at one point. But
Don't
he
think it was
comes.
that. No, it was the old 180 shout, wasn't it?
Was it?
Every single time we got a question correct, Glenn in this
100.
venue was just shouting at the top of his voice. I'm not doing the impression, by the way, but the Paul Hinks. Well, it was doing.
140.
Well, I was hoping Paul was going to hit another treble 20. We could have had the proper example of it.
Can't see him to follow that. You can see the frustration.
85.
Paul Linwood just checking his route here. As Richard says to behind him, get on with it, Paul.
100.
That's a superb last start. He's a welcome addition for tomorrow night.
He's going to take some stopping. He's going to take some stopping.
Johnny Haynes, Mark McGeaney, Mark Lawrence, Neil Duff, Paul Linwood, Kevin Edwards. Richard, what are you doing for my acca?
142.
That was what you did. That was the impression you did, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I could have done it with this one. The Greyhound Show will never have me on again, but
Richard Lucar, 76.
what a combination. So 76, one of the most common finishes that us dart players don't miss the 20, trebles the bonus. He may stay there off at 16. And is he going to ruin my acca with a double top here?
36.
It's a bit of a
Paul
flyer.
Lucar, 42.
And for Linwood, big target, 10 or a 6. A 6 is not the end of the world here. He goes for his trusted double 16. For the match.
26. Richard Lucar, 40.
Tops for stride for 3-2 to extend this match.
No score.
Not
Paul
to be.
Lucar, 16.
And so Linwood for the match wants double 8. He's still got one more game after this, Linwood. He wasn't happy with that first start, you could tell. Now he has to move all the way across. And this is getting more and more awkward for him.
Game shot and the match.
But not that awkward. Paul Linwood is a 4-1 victor over Richard Stride, who ends his who's got one more game left to play in this campaign. Richard Stride departs at the Super Series, 2 maximums in his final match. Linwood the victor by 4 legs to 1, averaging 76.5. We're going to take a short break. Neil Duff and Kevin Edwards is on the other side.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Yeah, and you can book your free tickets for finals night by visiting dartshop.tv. But back here in Group B, Paul Linwood has just recorded his second victory of this evening's session, a 4-1 win over Richard Stride. We can look at the stats from that game, and it was a 4-1 victory. As I mentioned, unable to reach the heights that he did in his previous match, but quite unsurprising, really, when you think that he knew that he was already through. So maybe subconsciously there was a little bit of a drop-off. We can look at the league standings then instead and see confirmation that it's Neil Duff, Paul Linwood and Kev Edwards who have booked their place at tomorrow evening's finals night. A superb achievement, especially from the two debutants who have done it, Paul Linwood and Kevin Edwards, with a game to spare, of course. Next up, a penultimate match of this evening session, Neil Duff against Kev Edwards. As I mentioned, both players already through to finals night. Duff, he's saved his best for the end of the week, hasn't he? He's looked incredibly focused throughout tonight's play. He's only dropped 2 legs so far this evening. 2 whitewash wins for him so far in his 3 games played. Can he make it 4 wins from 4 on this final night of Group B action? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you, Abby. That's a stat and a half, that one, Henry. He's only dropping 2 legs. How would I treat this game? Well, this is potentially the final tomorrow night. And think about dart players. You remember games. You know, I beat you last time I played you, etc., etc. So that's the way I would treat this. Best of 7 legs. It's good practice. They'll probably both just want to get up the stage now and get away. More importantly, this is for my first ever ACCA win. Is that good terminology, that? As you can see, I'm not a great betting man, but if there's 2 180s in this game, my 8-to-1 triple is up.
And why don't we do it on a 9-darter, Glenn? Is that too much to ask? It's probably too much to ask, isn't it?
Save that for tomorrow night, huh?
Ooh, now that's a thought. You and Corinne will be in the commentary box for the final tomorrow.
Game on.
And it's Duff here, though, here and now, who's got the darts in. Here in this one.
60. $81. 36.
We were just having a chat off air, weren't we, about your prolificness in terms of the betting odds, and you're just saying you can't believe you've had any chance, and we've been having a good little laugh about that. But you're getting quite acquainted to it now. The whole this side of it. I know Matthew Edgar's been giving both of us a bit of some tippage.
60.
Yeah, actually, I'm getting quite excited. Like I said, I don't think I've ever got a triple up, or is it a treble? Well, I want 180s here. Come on, Kev.
140.
But you've got to be impressed with this man tonight. He's been absolutely fantastic. He pretty much told me
81.
very, very late last night that today is his day. And a 4 out of 4 going in tomorrow makes him a very dangerous animal tomorrow.
45. 100. Kevin O'Carr, 135.
So you start on the bullseye. Treble 15. For a beautiful finish on tops.
95. Neil O'Carr, 164.
The Group C was just littered with finishes of 100 plus. If one thing that's been missing here, but bullseye.
139.
That would have been the best of the lot. And then again, that doesn't mean an awful lot, apart from the fact that Neil Duff will cement his position at the top. He demonstrated there that he wants to win this game.
Neil O'Carr, 25.
Just like his double 12.
And it's that same route that he wants again here.
Game
and that's the same route he finds here. And Duff leads by 1-0. He has been the man tonight, has Duff man. Been a happy couple of hours for the Duff man.
Second leg, Kevin, you throw first. Game on.
Was it Moe's Tavern in The Simpsons, famously? Duff beer?
Yeah, never watched it.
43.
Chance for Duff.
100.
Steady wins the race right now. That's a lovely throw. There's not an awful lot can go wrong with that throw. And tomorrow there'll be the added adrenaline of the crowd, the thought of the £5 prize. And that's when you want your throw to stand up.
40. $121.
Just quietly but effectively continuing, isn't he? Kevin.
Just going about his business as Kevin knows to do it.
140.
There's the 180s though, boys.
$85. $60.
Good
Kevin
thinking at the end.
112.
19s would have been suffice, but 112, a finish we like. And leaves trebles 19. And for the bull.
87. Near the car 161.
The trend of it, and the 25 continues one more time. Bullseye or treble 19.
101. Kevin
Leave a
Newcar,
two-darter,
25.
and that does put pressure on this 25. It's two-darter double A for Edwards.
Game show on the
Silk,
second
key,
leg. Kevin Edwards.
smooth. Impresses me every time I see Kevin. That incredible story. What the headline would be tomorrow night if he picks up that £5 and a place in Champions would be justification to him. Each game he plays now, he's just going to enjoy it.
121.
Oh, we're looking for our first max there.
Edwards here. Finds the first max of this match.
One more.
$140.
Now then, Kevin, will we have some late night magic?
$100.
We asked for the 9.
$55.
So then, Henry, as we come to the conclusion, how would you sum up the week then going into tomorrow night?
I think we've seen moments from everyone.
140.
Like that. As Glenn gasps in the corner. Looking for that second max that he so craved and so desired.
I'm back on the Greyhound show tomorrow night at 8:25. I could have been gloating there. Sorry, Henry, you were saying?
There's been moments for everyone. Will this be a moment here for Edwards on the ball?
56.
No, not this time.
Car 100.
And so Duff back for a ton to make it 2-1. This would be for a potential 14. Still on. All about the 19s because that treble leaves a double.
62.
But he couldn't quite convert. And so Edwards 25 for the breaker throw and a 2-1 lead. 9 leaves double 8. Double 8 for Edwards. That's a nice marker. Can he crash it alongside? No, the deflection actually
38.
moves the other side of the barrel.
Couple of options here for Duffman. He's straight for it. The double 8.
Game shot on the third
It was
leg.
Edwards that hit the double 8 in the previous leg, but that was clean and clinical there. And like I said, right now, they're probably just thinking, I could be playing you tomorrow. They could even be in the same group.
Fourth Kevin did through
Probably
first.
announce the groups very soon for tomorrow night. So it's just getting one over on them. Be really important just to say, hey, I'll see you tomorrow night, sir.
140.
That's 1-0 to me. Perfect dart for Duff.
100.
He's consistent, isn't he?
100.
Nice, clean, precise, concise player.
$125.
I might message Wayne Mardle tomorrow for a couple of stories about Kevin. Another one of them, please, for me, Acker.
121.
Remember to gamble responsibly. 18+ begambleaware.org.
121. Kevin Newcar,
140 for Edwards to level this game up at 2 apiece. Another one of them. Would have left double 10, and so Duff 155.
100.
We've seen the triple 19, double 19 combo a few times this week, but he needs a triple 20 first. That's exactly what he finds, but the triple 19 goes a begging, and so Kevin Edwards returns for tops of 2-2. This would be for a potential 13 dart leg, a leg done in 5 visits if he can nail the double 10.
Game
Double 10,
Kevin
sank.
Edwards.
Desmond at the Super Series. 2-2 between Duff and Edwards. Both players who will be back here tomorrow night at 10 o'clock. Looking to maybe lay down a potential marker going into finals night against each other tomorrow evening. So best of 3 from here on in.
100.
And we're going to see the other player who's through from this group in our final game. Paul Linwood in action up against the Bull, Terry Jenkins. We're looking forward to that one immeasurably.
123.
You get the feeling with Terry, he just wants to get away. When you see your name last on there, knowing you can't qualify. I can hear him practicing away next door. We have the luxury of sat right next to the Players Lads Lounge. It's been full of camaraderie this week. Lots of banter. Lots of good old stories.
60.
From guys well in the 50s now, and boy, they can tell some stories. I could sit with Tony O'Shea forever.
100.
Interesting to hear Neil Duff, who's your idol. And it was Tony O'Shea. So when he walked into the players area this week.
121. $45.
Get up, he tells. Both will be super relaxed right now. There won't be too much tension in the arm. Stay there.
135.
Edwards 62 to take the front here. 20 for double 16. Or 12 for tops. Tops for Edwards. Breaks the throw at Duff. 3-2 lead. Incidentally, that second leg win for Duff means that no matter what now, he's going to be the group victor. And so we're one step close towards putting the jigsaw puzzle in terms of the groups together. We know the 6 are going to be there, but it's how they're going to be there and how they're going to get along tomorrow.
Impressed with Edwards?
Oh, you can't help but be. Putting some really good performances, and he's the sort of player who could quietly go under the radar the first couple of days, and then when it comes to Saturday night, when the big money matches matter, he conjures up the goods. Alexander Merckx, week 2, great example of that, where he just got his way through the week, got himself into Saturday, and once he got there, he took advantage of the big moments.
$100.
Quality affair. The averages. 94.85 for Kevin Edwards. And 87 plumb.
45.
For Neil Duff. Should go downstairs on 266.
96.
And that will leave the 170th, just like he left in the last leg. 180, please.
140.
Quality, quality from Kevin Edwards.
Hail Mary, big fish. The ball for the fish. Really 10-0. Really 10. How about that to save the match when your opponent is on 76 to win it?
7th and final leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
We've waited since Monday morning for the 170. And then the penultimate game of Friday night.
55.
A moment to remember.
I apologise for those of you who I probably made jump there.
Well, you made me jump. I'm just double checking there's still a heartbeat there. The screamer thus continues. Another one of them, please.
180.
Your turn to scream.
That's my acca. Is that right, acca? Is that the term?
Yep.
That's my acca up.
81.
I'll be on the Greyhound show tomorrow night at 8:25. Follow the does it. Here's another one from Duff.
121.
Remember, gamble responsibly. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
60. Neil Carr, 145.
And after that incredible 170, match with unbelievable commentary from
95.
my partner in crime. It's Neil Duff who loses 50 after 12 darts. A quality affair, both averaging 92, just shy of 93. And we've saved the best
60. Neil Carr,
till last.
50.
Take a bow, Neil Duff.
Neil Duff.
That 170 was the most outstanding moment of the week so far. Kevin Edwards, hold your head up high. Job done. We'll see you tomorrow night. A quality encounter. Lots of respect between the pair of them. Look at the tail of the tape there for Neil Duff. 57.14% on the outer ring. But look at that big fish there. An incredible moment for Neil Duff. For Kevin Edwards, we'll see him tomorrow night as we move on to the last game of the night. The final time we see Terry Jenkins this week against the super impressive Paul Linwood.
Our final match of the night, and it's the last we'll see of Terry Jenkins this week. Someone better check on Owen Binks to see how he's dealing with that news. Nothing riding on this one, of course. We know our players through to finals night and the order they'll finish in the table. It's not happened at all for the Bull, has it? He's averaged above 80 just once this evening. A vast contrast to the player who came within a match of topping Group A and qualifying on Wednesday. He's taken on Linwood, who's looking to round off his Group B debut in style. He's full of confidence, said he doesn't really get nervous, and I'm sure he's already relishing the opportunity to play in finals night. So for one last time this evening, let's hand back to our commentary team to talk you through this one.
Thank you, Abigail, and just a couple of thank yous from me here. You've been absolutely brilliant as always. Super professional, Abby. We won't be seeing it tomorrow because the presenter tomorrow will be my best friend, Henry Deacon, who's been absolutely amazing again this week. It's an absolute honour to be working aside him. I'm learning so much from him. I just want to thank the pair of you for making it absolutely effortless this week as we move into the final game of the week. And unfortunately, the last time we're going to see Terry Jenkins, which is a surprise to many of us. But Paul Linwood has been the story so far. Unfortunately, can't top Neil Duff. But he's done a mighty, mighty fine job in getting through to Saturday night.
Yeah, it's been a really good week so far. The fun is still to come, of course, tomorrow. A pleasure working alongside you here. I'm going to be upstairs tomorrow. I think we'll see a bit of each other on the balcony.
I think I'm lead commentator tomorrow, so you'll have Corin up there.
59.
I'll make sure there's no puns tomorrow. No puns. Otherwise, she will kill me.
81.
Probably get thrown off the balcony in all truth. She's threatened to do it before.
God, I like this guy. I've been talking to Alex Small, who was one of the superstars of a couple of weeks ago. Naturally brilliant as Alec, who's asking the questions and helping me with information on Paul Linwood. He's been absolutely credit to Gwent Darts.
95.
Proud Welshman. And similar to Alec, really down to earth. Wouldn't it be great to see someone like Paul win tomorrow night?
60.
He's probably most known for 1988. He's probably sick to death of hearing about it. But to be a MODUS Super Series champion and have that opportunity to get into Champions Week, that's what these types of weeks are all about.
59.
When we sat here on Monday morning,
142.
we looked at Group A and felt it was full of absolute talent, and the winner had to come from there. And Neil Duff will have a real good attempt, 60. That's for sure.
Tell your car 56.
Johnny Haynes will be back in Portsmouth tomorrow. But wouldn't it be great if Kevin Edwards or Paul Linwood proved us all wrong?
36. Paul car 82.
And for Jenkins, it'll be about finishing on a high, have something to at least cling on to for the end of this campaign. It's been a pleasure to have him here. Of course, as we mentioned, it's not the end of Paul Linwood in this particular group.
42. Terry car 20.
Jenkins to the opening leg, wants double 10.
Getting shot on the first leg. Terry Jenkins.
And double 10 pin for Terry Jenkins. In with the darts at the start of the second.
Second leg, Paul to throw first. Game on.
That's made Terry a big favourite for this game now. But I would never write off this man.
60.
And I think he just wants to finish off on a high, but he has to go back to his hotel as a happy man. Minimum 10 points. If you'd have offered him that yesterday, he would have snapped your hands off.
$44. 85.
What's been your highlight of the week so far, Glenn?
Working with you. Do you know what the highlight? The hot and sour soup.
I was thinking that wasn't too far away. I knew that wasn't too far away.
140.
It's your new favourite place to eat, isn't it, Glenn?
That was delicious.
Oh, yeah. Wonderful.
Highlight of the week. There was a I thought that Johnny Haynes 109
97.
average was special. That 170 there from Neil Duff. Special.
80. Paul Car 160.
Fighting spirit from Mark Lawrence. Special. And the quality of Neil Duff tonight. Special.
81.
Biggest disappointment for me, not seeing O'Shea, Fitton or Jenkins in Saturday night.
World crowd favourites here at the,
57.
well, just any
Paul
stage, of
Wilcox,
course, world darts,
79.
really. So Linwood 79 to level up this encounter. There's the 57,
Game
and there's
shot
the
on second
22.
leg. Paul Linwood.
And there's leg 2 for Paul Linwood.
Third leg Terry to throw first. Game on.
Yes, I'll be down here nice and early tomorrow night. Be back on Sporty Stuff TV at 8:25, so I'll be studying the runners and riders for tomorrow night.
100.
But I just want you to sit back and enjoy, but more importantly, come and join us. It'd be fantastic to get a full crowd in here. It was standing room only for the Champions Week
66.
last time, so I can't wait to be back here. We commence on the 30th.
If you're unlucky enough, tomorrow night you might get a selfie of Owen Binks.
100.
He was charging 15 quid in the pub a couple of weeks ago, Owen was. He didn't sell any, but he was charging 15 quid.
43.
To the cries of, who are you?
Who have you got for the quiz next week? So you got Edgar back.
Yes.
41.
Nicholson.
I believe Nico's here next week.
Will he be good at the quiz, or does he not go?
I think we can rope him into the quiz. We'll see if Edgar can provide some, well, Jenkins is providing the entertainment, and hopefully Edgar will provide some answers to questions. I believe Owen's going to be there. Charlie as well. And of course, one of our scalpers, Taylor.
Charlie flies to Romania tomorrow, doesn't he?
Yes.
My family used to say, what on earth are you saying to yourself when you're thrown at a dartboard? We do like a mumble. The 88.
64. Paul Car 160.
I've just realised on that 170, before Henry beat me to
60.
it, I was waiting for that bull for a massive Joanna Plumley. But unfortunately, Henry beat me to it. 1-1 for Taylor.
Game shot on the third leg. Terry Jenkins.
For a second then, I thought I said Taylor. No one will ever notice.
Fourth leg
It's
Paul
only
to throw first.
127. And game.
60.
No one will notice that I said Taylor.
Clip it up, admins, clip it up.
And Roland Sholton comes to the hockey now.
140.
Terry Jenkins is saving his best game of Group B. Right till the end, but here comes Linwood.
140. 81.
Yeah, it's been great to have Terry here this week, hasn't it, Glenn? Real character of the game. Has certainly brought some eyes onto the TV and computer screens as well.
It was just nice to see him have a meal together. I think some people think that we're all sort of
45.
prima donnas, but they're just normal, aren't they? They're just normal people, and you just feel super comfortable in their company. He'd be emptying properties on Monday, still working very hard. There's this antiques business. There's lots of properties as well, he tells me, which he rents out. Darts has been good to him.
63. Polycar 141.
He's been good for darts. Linwood here, 1-4-1 to level this game up at 2 apiece.
$93. 80. Polycar 48. Game shot on the fourth flag.
He's very prolific at that double 16, and that could come and really, really help him tomorrow night, especially on them clutch, them combination finishes. And you just, especially when you're coming from 20s and across the board.
Game on.
He just seems very adept at just moving to that double 16 and seems to ping it with aplomb. Full credit to
28.
him, and full credit to both players here. Not an awful lot to play for. More, for, you would say, for Paul Linwood. He'd probably like to go into tomorrow night on a bit of a high. But Terry Jenkins probably wants to wish he knows his game is still there, but them ones are haunting him right now.
Next up for Jenkins is the
23.
World Seniors Championships, which is at the Circus Tavern between February the 9th and February the 12th.
100.
Saw one of the players in that tournament, Scott Mitchell, making a Challenge Tour final earlier on this evening. He's going to be a big danger. Of course, Robert Thornton is looking to defend the title, which he won against Martin Adams in the final last year.
43.
And there's some guy called from Middlesbrough, won the Lakeside 3-time Premier League winner,
100.
Glenn Durant.
Glenn Durant. I heard that.
100.
That's the perfect dart for Linwood. Begging for another one.
121.
When I said begging for another one, I meant another treble. That's my job for the night.
57.
Coming to its conclusion.
Polycar 120.
I'll be joining Abby to look back at the whole night's proceedings.
80. 60.
So tomorrow night it's Johnny Haynes, Mark McGeaney, Mark Lawrence, Neil Duff, Paul Linwood and Kevin Edwards. Pick your winner and I will see you all tomorrow night, 10 o'clock sharp.
30.
Or 8:25 on Sporty Stuff TV for my latest ACCA. Thanks for listening. Thanks for the interaction, everyone. And I'll see you tomorrow night.
21.
So that means you are left with
10.
me for the remainder as Linwood looks up for double 5. Jenkins not on a finish, so he's going to split for the 2 double 4. And so 2 4s for Linwood.
6.
Moves inside. Academic, because Jenkins is on 169, but he can apply pressure, sizable pressure.
99. Polycar 4.
So Linwood double 2 for 3-2, and this would be a break of throw, and given the opportunity to throw for the match.
Game shot
And
on the fifth
into the
leg.
double
Paul
2 it
Linwood.
goes to Paul Linwood, and he opens up the 3-2 lead, and so he is 1 leg away from the victory post, from the victory mark, to
Six leg
finish
Paul to throw first.
with a
Game on.
flourish.
$100. 108.
And so Jenkins of a max to open up a leg that he has to win to stay in the match.
$60.
Can you follow up, Terry? No, not this time.
41. 60.
Jenkins in command of this leg, wrestling the darts away from Linwood, but could ideally do with a treble here.
41. $60. 87.
So Jenkins starts to finish on 152, but Linwood can set this up more handily here.
100. Terry your car 152. 42. Paul your car 121.
For the match. And look across at Jenkins' score. Needs the ball. Gets the ball to beat the ball. It is farewell to Terry Jenkins here at the Super Series. For Paul Linwood, we're going to see him tomorrow night in the final. He has a chance to pick up the £5,000 top prize in a place at Champions Week. It is farewell to the ball. Paul Linwood will see tomorrow night, and the final order of business is to chat to Glenn Durrant, who's up on the balcony, chatting with Abigail Davis.
Thank you, Henry. It is farewell to the bull, but just a quick word on Terry Jenkins, because in that last leg there, we saw him hit a 180, turn round and just say, unbelievable. He just does not know how he's just lost it and unable to replicate what he showed Monday to Wednesday.
Yeah, I've just heard him go down there. He said he's never known 2 days like it. He's never known to hit so many treble ones in all his life. And I went downstairs and jokingly said, I'm playing like you, Glenn, and then threw 3 darts and scored 9. Treble one, treble one, treble one. Bizarre.
How disheartening can that be, especially when you know you've got the World Seniors to come?
Yeah, good question. Disheartening in a sense that he's got this unbelievable career. I think he can brush it off, but many of the players have come here this week to see where the game is. Terry's sort of a game of 2 halves. I mean, he'll have been fairly happy with the way Group A went. How long will that linger in his mind about this treble one? Because as a dart player, if something just is niggling away at you, it can get really difficult. So yeah, it'd be really interesting to see. But Terry's just the type of guy, type of character, just to brush that aside, and he's always going to be dangerous at the seniors.
Yeah, we'll have a little look at the league table at how Group B ended up, and you can see the 3 players who've qualified for finals night: Neil Duff, Paul Linwood and Kev Edwards. Plenty of positives for all 3 of those to take. But Neil Duff, you felt that he really wanted to put down a bit of a marker, wanted to make a bit of a statement this evening.
Yeah, he sort of looked at me as if to say, you know, I'm going to be doing well here. You know, he sent me a message last night to say I'm going to correct a couple of wrongs as well. And he's just beginning to peak at the right time. But you have to say, Kevin Edwards, silky smooth throw, you know, absolutely going to be a welcome addition to the final. And we've got this character here who's just finished on 1-2-1 here. It's so reminiscent of Richie Burnett. His character, he chats away, he lets you know. He would make a poker player with Paul Linwood, but I tell you what, he'd be a worthy champion tomorrow night, and a nice $5 grand for him.
Yeah, our debutants certainly haven't seemed very nervy up on that stage, have they? Which bodes well for tomorrow night's finals night. We can have a little look then at the 2 groups for tomorrow night. Group 1, Johnny Haynes, Mark Lawrence, Paul Linwood. Group 2, Mark McGeaney, Neil Duff and Kev Edwards. What stands out for you when you cast your eye over that?
Yeah, Group 2's a stinker. McGeaney, Duff and Edwards, that's really tough. I think Haynes, Lawrence and Linwood will be happy with their group. That's very, very winnable to get through that, but that second group there, that's littered.
And so many stories. Mark McGeaney certainly sticks out because the way that he's managed to regroup this week. Who is your winner?
It's really, really tough to sort of pick a winner from that one there, and I just think he's sort of just slowly but quietly and effectively getting on with his job. Neil Duff looks like the man who really, really wants this, but he's the favourite, and I like value. McGeaney or Duff, you know, they're the characters, they're the ones who have got the real bit between the teeth for that. Look out for them debutants in Linwood and Edwards. That would be a great story.
Yeah, we've spoken about what does bode well. What doesn't bode well is this man picking you to win, because his predictions haven't really come off much, have they?
Did you watch the Greyhound show tonight? At 8-1 Acker, I got my treble up tonight. I'm a superstar.
I'm sure all of those picks were his own as well. But anyway, finals night, come and join us tomorrow night. It promises to be a spectacular show. See you then.
Awesome.